Man, what Cap and Radio were talking about Destiny and got me wanting to play it more. Man. I told you about how my homebrew people like combined with sand golem and a giant crab.
Mm-hmm.
I had to make a fucking card for it. Yeah, man. I'm just looking at it like, god damn it. They're trying to hang out tomorrow, I think, honestly. And best.
Super lactic, the super Paris.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of work right now. I'm just gonna set it to me chilling. If Caustic Phoenix can just sit there and do arts and crafts, I can work on my D&D shit and stream for no reason.
So yeah, I kind of want to stream setting this all up.
So I'm mostly down to say it's just designing a couple, like 2 little districts basically, and deciding how I want to arrange a few of the major buildings. I have three plots made for, like, I want this to be like the Citadel city, you know, where it's like very heavily walled, very much like a militant city. I'm gonna have prisons here. Some weird shit goes off of that.
It is. People there. The old king. Anytime I started having like any kind of issue coming up with anything, that Dungeon Master's guide is such a nice go-to, honestly. Like, of course, that's what it's for, but like, You know, I don't even have to struggle there.
Grab them all. Why not? Fuck it.
I want them all for a reason.
Yeah.
What? useful.
Needed name. simple circles represent different sizes of characters and monsters. Get my little play beads. Get some simple little dots spawn. Simple and cheap.
Holy shit.
What's up?
Finger of Death, 7th level necromancy. You send negative energy coursing through a creature that you can see within range, causing it searing pain. The target must make a constitution saving throw. It takes 7
Oh, hey, it's BRM. I didn't know she was in the chat.
Plus 30. 78 plus 30 necrotic damage on a failed save.
Hey BRM, if you're in the chat, you're welcome to stop into the Discord. We're sitting in there.
GG.
Oh no,
A
he's still watching.
A
Sorry.
humanoid killed by this spell rises at the start of your next turn as a zombie that is permanently under your.
That's pretty cool.
So you can literally just finger of death. You're now my minion.
Yep, exactly. And yeah, BRM, perfect circle, great day. I kind of prefer Tool, personally, but I didn't really get into their newest album. Yeah, I am kind of going over my homebrew stuff on my DM guide right here. Very fresh. I ordered everything in the last couple of weeks. And I got the cheap little, like, oh, doodly doodly. I'm doing my homebrew stuff, so I'm like making little pieces for my friends and our monster tokens, essentially. I have the big map that comes out. We have these tables that we bring out and all this stuff. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm like kind of designing a little map for a spot. Oh damn, that's really cool. Yeah, one of my coworkers went down to see them in California a few years back, and I was really jealous. I don't know when they're gonna come to Seattle again, but I haven't been to a concert in a while. Kind of a homebody, unfortunately. I used to be out and about and crazy, but calmed down a lot. Even like making a little checklist for quests for the different cities I'm designing based on the buildings that I'm building and the people I'm putting in them. I'm getting way too elaborate with it, but I don't know. Can you hear my music through my stream? It should be going. I think it shows that my desktop audio is working. Oh, Black Sabbath. Ooh, Ladderhouse Floor. Yeah, that's the fucking CD. Man, Tool, they're a killer band. Like,
I was never. I played a couple songs that were, you know, polyrhythms that would match up eventually with my groups in the past, and Tool just does it so well. Like, we had a couple that were pretty, like, hidden, but it's such an art, like that mix of rhythms all coming together and also supporting each other throughout. Like, those guys are crazy. Also, their drummer, like, he just sets up his kit really uniquely, and it's impressive that he plays, like, with a snare over here in the hi-hat in between his legs. Weird. Yeah, Sabbath is some good stuff. Oh yeah, Crab was a really good one. Spoons, lots of spoons. Soundgarden's cool, but sounds good, BRN. Hear from you in a little bit, my dude. Sorry.
Getting heavy, man. That and pretty much finished up for tomorrow, man. I'm excited for you guys to play this.
Oh yeah.
Especially you and Fort. That I would like to see BRM's reaction.
BRM says he's gonna join the call in a minute.
Yeah, I gotta hit the hay, man. I'm tired of shit. So.
Alright, Soccer, I'll talk to you tomorrow, my dude.
Alright, man. Tell BRM I said what's up.
Oh well, you know. You have a good night, Soccer.
Alright, yeah, you too.
I hear somebody. Hold on. I have my music on kind of loud. Hello?
Yeah, I think it was still connecting to.
Maybe RM. Or Brian, whatever.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm used to the BRM as my tag, and like I said, that one don't bother me too much. People
Yeah.
call me Brim. It's kind of like, no, there's no I in it.
Yeah. How you doing, my
Yeah,
guy?
no, not too bad. Have you? I was going to ask you right before I left, and I was like, well, ask you when I get to the party. Have you ever heard Tool uh, version of Led Zeppelin, No Quarter?
I don't think so, actually. That sounds
It's
pretty
like
cool.
it's like 17 minutes long. It's awesome.
Oh, Jesus. That is... That's pretty
It's
impressive.
it was only available on when you bought the DVD. The DVD had all four of their music videos. Two from I forget the names of the albums now, but the one was Sober, and there was one other song they had a video for off of that one, and then two off of Anima.
Damn. That's pretty cool. Only get that 17-minute song with the special purchase. Kind of makes sense, but
Yeah, you get the DVD, and then it has like audio track, a CD with it too that has audio tracks,
it's pretty sweet.
like a couple different versions of things.
I'm like slowly working on little dungeon designs
Oh.
for a mine shaft I'm building. Gotta do what? I have to design like a forest area. I just made some garbage quest that was like, oh, some dude got chased out of the woods by a bear and left his like coin purse there or something.
Yeah. Oh, the last time I've said it, the last time I played was 1991. I actually DM'd that because I had re-got the books somebody gave me, Player's Handbook and DM Guide for 2E that I used to have. I was so excited. I had before that the last time I played was 1983. So like this was like 8 years later. I finally got the books back, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to. I don't have any modules or anything, so I had to make up uh,
Campaign.
my own little campaign. I drew out a couple maps on graph paper,
Yeah.
and figure, well, just like Cap does with the Roll20 ones, they were blank. I didn't have anything written out for them like I used to have when I used to play. I had stuff set up for me to DM.
Nice.
I had created campaigns with the dungeons drawn out, and I had just like I modeled it just like the modules were. You have the map, and then you number the rooms, number and letter the rooms, and put your little symbols or whatever. And then I had like notebook paper where I had everything stocked. The dungeon was completely stocked with monsters and treasure and everything.
That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's kind
I
of what
didn't
I'm
have
like trying to do
I
now,
didn't
basically.
yeah. I didn't have all that prep that time, so I was like, I just drew up something real quick, and I knew all the little symbols like a pit trap or a little symbol for a trap or something, and planned on running. Only problem was these people never played before, so I had two people that wanted to play it, so I set it up for them, and just to expedite things, because there's a big learning curve from what I played before. It was a big learning curve of creating a character in the beginning, so I basically created a bunch of characters, like character sheets with like pre-made characters, and like just basically like, okay, this is a fighter, so I gave this one fighter high strength and constitution with a decent dexterity and low on everything else. Because the way we used to do when we create characters is you roll your 6 sets of stats, and say you got like a strength of 6, but intelligence 17, but you want him to be a fighter, then you just swap them. You just say, okay, you just do the 6 rolls, and you plug them into whichever ability uh, you needed for your class. So like fighter, you just take your 2 highest rolls for strength and constitution.
Mm-hmm.
You want a magic user, okay, well then it's intelligence and wisdom.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I treat it. Even if like I feel like dexterity is important no matter what class you are.
Yeah, because that's your to hit.
Yeah, exactly.
But the way the old D&D was, they said they used to have separate tables for each class.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it was critical that your thief had a high dexterity, because your bonus to hit was actually strength with melee. So you didn't really need a high dexterity. The thief, however, needed that high dexterity because a lot of he had like kind of like feats, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They had feats for different classes. Like the fighter was the one that would bend bars and lift gates. So you had, and like I said, we used to use percentage rolls, not D20s. We used percentage rolls for that. So the higher your dexterity or the higher your strength, you got bonuses, but percentage bonuses for those feats, like bending bars, lift gates, whatever feats of strength.
Yeah.
So basically, bend bars, lift gates are usually the most common, but any other feat of strength, like breaking down a door or something, you would use the same roll. But the thief had backstab, and if he rolled his percentage and performed a successful backstab, it was an auto crit, and I think there was something else to it too. Like you got an auto crit, and then you could back away without. You could go in, hit him, and then get out of range without getting hit. Your attack of opportunity or whatever. They didn't call it that then,
Yeah.
but I think it gave you the move after the attack. It let you move, attack, and then move again. Where typically you could either move and attack or attack and move. Well, actually, I don't think you could attack and move before. I think you had to move. You had your movement first and then your attack. And that was pretty like set.
That's what I thought it was. That's what I was like clarifying on the other night. I was just like, I want to make sure that.
But the new version, it's opposite. Because I was just after we talked about that, I was watching the stream either last night or today, and that's the one with it's the last Shadow Walkers. Car Kid attacked with his lightning bolt, and he was trying to see if he could use his bonus action to do an attack afterwards, and that's kind of what we encountered too with Fort's character. Fort did that spell, and then he wanted to see if he could use his bonus action to attack, and it's like the bonus action said no, you get another attack, but because you casted a spell, you didn't actually roll it.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't
It was a saving throw, not an attack.
It has to be attacks with light weapons too, and I think there was something that happened where like Did you like swing with a long sword and then a scimitar, and neither of those are light weapons technically, or something?
No, no, I was able to do that. I was able to double attack, use it for that. But the only rule there was that it had to be like a melee attack, or it could have been like a melee or a range.
Yeah, as long
It
as
had to
like the
be
spell
it
thing, I
had to be an
understand.
attack roll. It had to be an attack roll. You had to roll your die 20 to hit
Yeah, no, I know
on
that.
the first attack. Then you can attack it. You can use that bonus action for a second attack.
Yeah, I know that. I know how that works. I just I remember reading over it, and it specifically says light weapons. So like daggers and the light hammers and certain other weapons qualify for two-weapon fighting. But
Oh, I didn't see that.
yeah, it says when you make an attack action with a light melee weapon that you're holding in one hand, you can use the bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon that you're holding in
In
the
the
other
other
hand.
hand,
Yeah.
right? So I don't. I think anything's considered light though if it's a one-handed weapon.
Well, actually, hate to contradict you, but I have,
Really?
yeah, I have melee weapons that are not qualified as light. Like I have the javelin that's not a light weapon.
Well, that's two-handed, isn't
Let
it?
me even just let's see. That's custom actions in my game equipment.
That's what I was thinking. Like
Yeah, the
heavy
dagger
weapons would be
specifies that it
two-handed.
says light, and then the glaive specifies that it says heavy, and then the javelin specifies thrown, but it's not light or heavy. And then let's see. Yeah, every weapon has that little classification. Like
Oh, javelin's thrown. I was thinking you meant like a
Yeah,
spear.
yeah.
Using it like a spear.
Let's see, lance. That just has reach and special. It's not light or heavy. So yeah, there are weapons that are in between light and heavy that qualify differently.
Well,
I
I
don't
would
really care
think
too
though,
much.
just by the wording of that, that anything that's one-handed, if you have another one-handed weapon in the offhand, that you would be able to use that for the bonus attack. You'd have to have the dual weapons equipped though, or pull it out.
Yeah,
Like I said,
I understand. And
I
like
put
in
my
a role
shield
playing
away.
perspective, I don't want to be a total stickler about it. But when you read like the rule, that's what it says. And like technically, the longsword is another one of those in between ones, and it's also a versatile weapon that you can two hand. I think you'd have to have the short sword or something smaller even. Technically, to
Well,
do
the
it.
I don't know what the scimitar fits in at, but technically that was a lower damage weapon. It was
Yeah,
only
the
like
scimitar is a
1d6.
light weapon.
Okay.
Yeah, it specifies that it is a light weapon. Short sword is also a light weapon. Yeah. Sickle is light. Yeah,
Right.
any small weapons are considered light. I guess the
Well,
long sword's too big.
if you wanted to really go deeper on it, I might, like you're saying that the longsword is an in-between weapon, and you're going by light, medium, heavy. Well, then you could say, well, my fighter has a higher strength, so maybe he can wield a longsword as if it were a light weapon.
Yeah, I feel that, and that's what I was saying. It's like it's more up to the DM and like how you want to play. It's not really like that important to.
Is there a class? I remember hearing this somewhere. It's a class. It's either a class ability, or it was on a game or something. I can never remember where I heard stuff. But somebody was able to wield a two-handed weapon with one hand.
There's games that do that, but I don't know if there's actually an ability or feat. I think that's like another one of the homebrew like.
Because I thought I heard somebody referring to it towards D&D, like, oh yeah, I remember I had that character that could had this ability or something. It was something specific to that race or to that character that they had high enough strength that they were able to wield like a two-handed sword in their one hand.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But then the offhand weapon had to be a light weapon. Yeah, I don't think it was from a video game. I think it was from D&D.
I don't know all the rules, but I feel like that might be like a homebrew thing because I'm not sure if the like the Titan grip kind of thing is technically in D&D. And again, like I don't know high level stuff super well, so.
Well, let's see. That's the thing with D&D though, is you don't necessarily have to. You can be like, oh, well, that's the rule, but
Yeah,
The
no, that's what I've been
DM, the
saying. Like the
DM is
DM.
the ultimate authority.
That's
It's
why
up
it's
to
like, you know,
them.
I'm not gonna give anybody a hard time about trying to swing on somebody necessarily. Like technically, if you want to be an asshole and go into the rule book and be like, look at this word.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna stop the group to be like, yo guys, I'm a rule warrior.
Well, I think that's the thing too, though, is that the overall authority. It even says that in the book that the overall authority
Is
is
the
the
DM.
DM,
Yeah, no, I know that. Yeah.
and the DM sets the rules and
Exactly. He gets to choose whatever happens.
right.
I feel like in my homebrew though, I might stick to the book pretty hard. Like of course I've already been very lenient with whatever they want to do to have fun. But I might start pestering
Well,
them
there's
about
things
stuff later.
there always were, even like in the older editions, things that just don't make sense or don't seem fair to you as a DM, and you'd be like, you know what, this is the rule, so but I don't agree with that, so I'm going to run it this way.
Hmm.
And typically those things were to the benefit of the player.
Exactly. Like it's supposed to be a fun time. You're not trying to.
Yeah, be like, hey, yeah, be the Urkel,
Yeah, right.
as Cap was hitting Tyson with the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Look at he's Mr. Urkel. He was calling him Mr. Urkel.
Or
Hey,
kill.
can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do that?
How high is the ceiling?
But that well, my original point though out of that was that on that attack, he attacked, and then when he found out that because he cast a spell on his action, he couldn't use his bonus action second attack. So then he just used it as he just did movement afterwards, which wasn't a bonus action; it was just his movement. So he attacked and then moved.
Yeah, I think we talked about that the other night too. But what I think, like even
But
the
I
bonus
think the
action, you can do
champion,
your dash. It's like a 5 foot thing. Even if you've expended all of your speed, like you can do that little bonus dash. I think.
yeah, if you have dash, if you have that bonus action.
I think almost
But the
everybody
thing,
comes with it. It's like dash and disengage are just kind of like extra bonus actions you can do.
well, I didn't see it on the character sheet.
It's like it's kind of weird. It's underneath something, and it's just kind of like yeah, actions in combat. Yeah, dash is underneath actions in combat. Usually right.
Because I thought the reason I thought it was like a bonus action feat was because if you attack and then go to move away, then the enemy gets the attack of opportunity because you're moving away. But the dash feat gave you the ability to move away without taking the attack of opportunity.
That's nice.
So that's why I thought that not every character has it. I thought it was like a thief trait because they have the higher dexterity. They're able to move away quickly without being hit, kind of like duck dodge, duck dodgers.
Duck, dodge, dip, dodge, duck, dive.
Yeah. Oh, you remember duck dodgers in the 25th and a half century?
Yep, I actually do.
Was that Daffy Duck
I think so. Or yeah, it's Daffy.
from Bugs Bunny?
Yep,
Because I was thinking like Darkwing Duck at first, and I'm like,
I
no,
love
it wasn't.
Darkwing Duck actually. That's like
I
such
was
an
like, no,
obscure
that
thing.
wasn't Dark. Had the wrong duck.
Mhm.
Fine. But then that was the thing. So Daffy dressed up. It was like probably like a predecessor of Darkwing. Although Daffy is Warner Brothers and Darkwing was Disney.
I think Darkwing's in the whole like Tailspin universe too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Darkwing Duck,
man, I love
Tailspin,
Darkwing Duck actually.
um,
When there's trouble, you
Chippendale,
call D.
Chippendale.
Yeah, Chippendale. Oh my god. Wow. I can't believe that that's like such a nostalgia blast for me right now. I love those
And
shows,
that was
man.
actually newer for me because see a lot of those shows, being that I'm older, they were things like my nephew watched. My nephews or nieces would watch, and I'd be with like at the house or something. Oh, look, he's watching. Well, I did watch cartoons into my 20s.
Mhm.
Is it like that? That did you watch any of the D? And Did you see the D&D cartoon I put in the
I did see you
Discord?
posted that. I was actually gonna watch that later.
That that came out right when like right after. Well, actually no, I think I private messaged it to soccer. I was looking at I don't even remember what I was looking for when I found it, but I found a PDF file on the internet of second edition Dungeon Module B2. It has the cover, it has the map, it has all the pages from the book. I'm like, this is fucking awesome.
Nice.
But B2 was the most produced module of Dungeons and Dragons. Like when I said it's called, well, I know what it was. I saw the headline was they actually took this module and the one before it, that was B2. They took B1 and B2 and redid them for fifth edition rules. So it's like a reissue. And I think they did it as a hardback now. It's called Into the Borderlands. So when I mentioned that, Soccer's like, they did a D&D game based on Borderlands? Like, no. I said it was from one. I said it was a second edition modified, remodified, re-released as a fifth edition. But it's the module that came with when you bought the basic set. Originally, B1 was the module that came with it, and then when they created B2, which was like kind of an improvement, uh, they started putting that in the basic set. The reason this module was historic was up to that point, all modules were like adventures unto themselves. Like there was the adventure, you were just already there. B2 was the first one to actually to keep on the Borderlands. You started with at the small town with the adventure area just beside it or just outside of it. It was the first module to actually include like a town for you to be in. So you could interact with, you could do RP before you actually went into the action.
Nice. That's like a
But it
big
was,
part of the game, is trying
yeah,
to feel your character out.
right. You have to make it, it's just like, you're suddenly standing in front of the cave. Well, how the fuck did I get here? Or
Give
you're
me
in
some
front of this
backstory.
you're in front of this castle on a huge mountain.
That's kind of the thing with the Rick and Morty one we were doing, is like it just throws you into a dungeon suddenly. And it's like, well, all right, I guess we're playing the game.
Yeah. I gotta turn my TV down because I'm hearing our conversation like
Oh
10,
yeah.
15 seconds later. All right. Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to see if I could find it. Should repost it. But there's an interesting, like I actually posted a bunch of messages to him. I should have just did them in call it. I should just did them in the main thing. I didn't think about it at the time because it was a conversation with soccer. But these are like, I find this website, they actually sell the old modules. I think they're in PDF file, but these are the second edition ones. Invite conversation. Oh yes, I was talking. I was telling about him me finding it, the PDF file. So this one you wouldn't even have to buy. Oh, but it says in the thing they printed 1.5 million copies of this module.
Wow.
So I think a lot of people have this module. And then okay, that's the product history. I'm not gonna read it all now. I'll let you read it. But this I found this first on a search, and then when I was researching it again, I ended up finding the store that sells. Maybe it was the store that sold the fifth edition. I was looking at fifth edition version of it. Uh, that I found they have all these. Like, oh, I wonder if they have this module. I wonder if they have that module.
Mm-hmm. What I'm talking about getting some of the Roll20 books so I can share with soccer.
Okay.
But we'll see about that. It's just more money to spend.
This one though is shared. There's a module called U1, and I used to have every module, so I played all of these.
Oh, I got that Xbox and I downloaded that Castlevania game that you told me to get.
Yeah. Yep.
Looking forward
But
to
I
playing
would
that.
recommend, if you have the money for it, it's a 360 game too, also. But get the Castlevania Lords of Shadow, the original one first. The original one is actually better. And if you're into Castlevania at all,
I enjoy it. I've never been like the hugest fan, but I enjoy it.
well, Lords of Shadow could be called Castlevania Zero or Origins.
Yeah, you get to play as Dracula. Seems kind of cool.
Well, that's the new one. Yeah, that's kind of a spoiler, that being that you read part of 2. But the first game shows you how it came to be that happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's epic gameplay, epic storytelling. I mean, especially as far as the Castlevania goes, but it's just an awesome game.
Quest cards. You got a lot of them.
Some nice little plot twists and stuff. Sean Connery does a voice in it.
Yeah, I watched the little trailer that they had for it. It said Sean Connery does voice acting. I was like, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
He's a cool character too. But have you ever played Dante's Inferno?
I have not. I wanted that game when I was a kid, but I never ended up getting it.
That is very similar. But Dante's Inferno is based on Dante. Castlevania is based on Castlevania, but it's kind of very similar. That you start with this weapon. It's kind of like a scythe, but as you adventure and find other parts to it, it becomes more and more lethal and more like. Eventually, I don't remember. I think they actually both have this. That it has like a chain that extends the blade out after a while.
Yeah.
So then when it's not just a scythe. You can actually send that chain out with the blade at the end of it and attack that way. Plus, as you go, you get the upgrade and you get points. I forget what the points are called, but you're able to purchase better attacks, better abilities with it. So it's kind of RPG-ish.
Yeah, I mean, I played a Devil May Cry a lot. I really like those games, and it seems like a similar style.
I bought the Devil May Cries, but I forget what the collection was called. It was on 360. It was all the original, all the old.
Yeah, the first 3.
And I started playing it, and it was unplayable for me because it has fixed camera.
Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah, it can be kind of rough. I used to like those games a lot, though.
Yeah. Now, keeping in mind too, that was a PlayStation 1 game.
Yeah.
Not PlayStation. I mean, it was redone for 360, so it did have the better graphics and everything, but it was a little primitive. And I think that's being that I had never played it. Had I played it on 360 or on PS1, then I might have been more into it. Another one that's on my list to go back and play. Because that Alpha Protocol one I was telling you about, I bought it because it was at the time I didn't have internet, so I kept going. Like I'd play what I played. Well, I obviously didn't play all the games that I had, but I played all the games I had that I wanted to play immediately, and I'm like, I would go over to my sister's house or to the library and be on the internet and look at games. And be like, oh, this looks interesting, that looks interesting. Then I go out to the used game store and find it. Alpha Protocol was a game like that. I said, oh, Spy RPG. This sounds fucking really interesting. So I went and I got it. And I was cheap. It was like, let me see if I might even have the disc here because I was talking about it. Yeah, I paid $3 for it, or 3 or 5. Wait, does that say 3 or 5?
That's the deal.
Yep, $3. That's why I don't know if they have them near you, but the exchange is so much better than GameStop.
Yeah, we had an exchange, but the mall shut down. It's in the middle of North Seattle. It's kind of bumming.
Yeah, because I didn't know if they were local or if they were a national company. But see, that's what I said. Like GameStop, if they value Alpha Protocol and they say, well, let's see, that's an older game. That's say $5.99. Every single copy of Alpha Protocol they have is going to be $5.99, and it don't matter whether it's in mint condition or scratched to hell. It's going to be $5.99 because that's the used value of that game. Exchange actually looks at the discs and it's like, you know what, this thing's, if it's scratched to hell, they used to sell them real super cheap, but now I think they just throw them out or they don't buy them. I don't know. But I have not seen it scratched up. Not that I didn't ever, because they moved locations like a couple years ago. The old location they used to have like all the games, and you just go through and you look at them. You pull it off the shelf, you open the case up, you look at the disc. Oh, this is too scratched up. I don't want this. Put it back in, put it back up. I got some really good, but you had to do like the treasure hunt like that because you pull the disc off the shelf, and sometimes I'd be like $3. I can't remember what game it was now. I was amazed. I pulled this off. It was like $5 or something, and is in perfect brand new condition. Not even the slightest scratch on the disc. The case and everything is like immaculate. It looks like he just bought this game. Kid must have bought the game, opened it up, put it in, said, "Oh, I tried it." Said, "Oh, I don't like this." Took it in and sold it. It's in perfect condition. I think it's one of the fighting games. Something. I was amazed. I was like, this was $5. It's like, and then you go, and then just for shits and giggles, I went on to GameStop, and it's like $17.99 for this game, $19.99 new, $17.99 used, because that's what they used to sell. Like the older games, you could get them new for $20, but then if they were used, they were $18 automatically.
It's not bad.
Plus, I've had other issues with GameStop, which is more the people that work there than.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, mostly. Well, there's actually been both things, because actually what they used to do, you go and get your new game at GameStop, right? You say, oh, new game came out. I'm going to go to GameStop and get it. They would open the game case up. They would take the plastic off, open the case, take the disc out, and put it in like a plastic sheet, like a photo album. The physical disc, which they put other discs in that are used.
Yep, I do remember that. Yeah.
And maybe some of them. I went in and got a brand new disc one time, and the guy takes it out, throws it in the case, starts to puts the sticker on it, like they put their little round GameStop sticker around it. Oh, that's the way they did it at the time. Throw that on there, bag it up, you pay for it, take it home, pop that seal, open it up, look at it. There's shit all over the disc, like this black tar shit.
Ew.
I'm like, what the fuck? So then I took it back, and he's giving me a hard time. Well, I can only give you used value for it. I'm like, why? That I understand. They do that at stores. Like that's what that seal is. When you crack that holographic seal, the game goes from being new to used as soon as you crack it. Well, they had already cracked it, took the disc out. I said, well, then that's not new. That's a used disc. Oh no, it's brand new. It's never been put in a machine. I'm like, yeah, but you're taking it out of the case and putting it in something else. You're handling it. As soon as you crack that seal, that game is used. It's not new anymore.
Yeah, right. It's like a mint condition comic. Once you bust it out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you pull it out and read it. Now it's not, even if you got the slightest little finger smudge on it, it's not mint condition anymore.
Yeah.
But no, it's more in their copyright laws, because I think they're afraid that if you opened the disc up, you might have made a copy of it or 50 copies of it, and then put it back in, and you want to take it back and get your money back. Either that or stores just didn't want to give you your money back. Like, I remember Best Buy would not give you your money back on stuff. They used to give you store credit. Buy something there. Like, I bought a Lord of the Rings, the second movie, Two Towers, there when it came out. I brought it home. It gets to watch it. It gets to one chapter and it skips like 2 chapters to the next part.
Yeah.
What? I back it up, does it again. I take it out. I look at the disc. It was a manufacturing defect. Inside, like, I don't know if you ever looked at a CD or know how they're made. It's actually like a thin foil that's inside, sandwiched into the plastic. There was a small tear in the foil. Yeah, and then the laser actually burns little pits into that foil when it's writing. That's why you can't reuse it, because it puts little holes in it for the data, whether ones or zeros, whether it's a hole or whether it's not a hole. But it's a laser, so it's super, super small. That's why you can't, like, if you hold your disc up to the light, you're not going to see light through it.
Yeah.
The little pits aren't that big. But somehow in the manufacture of this disc, it tore a little rip in the foil and then got sandwiched between the plastic like that. So I took it back to Best Buy. They're like, well, we can't give you your money back. I'm like, that's all right. I want this movie anyway. This is a bad disc. Let me get another one. So I go and get another copy. Take it home. Same exact thing. So I'm like, okay, this is a bad batch. So I took it back the second time, used more of my gas to drive back out there, and went and pulled one off the shelf. And I said, now this time, before I walk out of the store with this, I want you to take this in the back. Maybe the guy even offered, like, I can take it back and watch it and make sure it doesn't skip there. He went back. He said, yeah, it skips in the same spot. We must have a bad batch. I'm like, okay, well, can I have my money back? Because I want this movie. I'm dying to see this movie. Give me my money back so I can go to another store and get it. Oh, no, we can't give you your money back. We can only give you store credit. I'm like, what the fuck? It ain't my fault that you don't have a fucking good copy of this movie.
Yeah, right. It's terrible customer service.
So they're like, well, we'll give you store credit. And I'm like, well, it wasn't that big. It was more the point of it that they couldn't give me my money back, because I had enough money to go to another store and buy it, which is what I did. And I actually used the store credit for buying games there all the time, so that wasn't a big deal.
I mean, as long as you end up using it, it's fine. But still, it's frustrating because, like, you wanted the product and they just couldn't give you it, and they're not willing to reimburse you.
And you can't. If I paid you money for this product and this product's no good, and I bring it back within the 30 days, which is actually a couple days later,
like their agreement.
You should give me my money back and let me decide. It's like, no, we already, like, you already spent that money here. It's already gone.
Yeah, it's kind of bull.
I think they've changed it since then. But I kind of had the same similar issue happen at the exchange. I bought it was a 360. I think it was a Shadow Mortar game on 360. Brought it home, put it in my 360. There's 2 discs to it. There was like an install disc, and then there was a play disc. Threw the install disc, installed it. Threw the play disc in, all excited to play it. I watched my nephew play it, and I was like, oh, this looks really cool. I love Lord of the Rings. That was the one where you possess the orcs.
Yeah, I played that a little bit. It's like Assassin's Creed, Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. And it looks so cool. I'm like, I was dying to play it, and if I get this brand new copy of it, I think I paid $20 for it. and I bring it home and do the install. Takes like 15 minutes. Put the disc in. Starts loading up. It shows the initial whatever credit scene or whatever that shows the company that made it, and it freezes and sits there at black screen.
Mm.
All right, take it out, eject it, put it back in, try it again. Nope. Turn off the Xbox, take it out, take it off the Xbox, reboot. I tried everything to get the disc to play. Even uninstalled the installed disc, put the play disc in, and tried playing it like that, and I said, "No, you got to install." I'm like, all right, reinstalled everything, still wouldn't play. So the next day, I went back out, took it back, and then the girl at the exchange was telling me that policy, like, well, I can't give you new value because you've already opened this. So I can only give you your money. I can only give you the used price back, refund you the used price. I'm like, no, that ain't right. I said, I bought this game brand new. It will not play in my Xbox. This isn't though I changed my mind. I don't want it. This is, I played it or I played it and I don't like it and I'm going to bring it back. This will not play. This is a technical issue. For some reason, this won't play on my Xbox.
I bought a defective product. This isn't.
Yeah, it's a defective product. So she's like, well, I don't know. I don't know. I said, you know what? Is your manager here? The manager came out. She's like, well, typically we don't, but being that this is a technical issue, yeah. And she gave me my full refund back.
Yeah, there you go.
And now I understood that, like the girl at the counter, the cashier, whatever, she regular worker, she didn't have the authority to do that.
Exactly.
So then when I asked for the manager listened to my explanation of what the problem was and common sense. Okay,
yeah, exactly.
well, you're
Like,
not
that's a
bringing this back
reasonable
because
thing.
you tried it and you don't like it. It didn't work in your system. There's a technical issue. So yeah, here, full price back for a new copy.
Man,
She's like, I can give you another new copy if you want. I said, no.
as a manager, I
not
like
gonna
deal with customers trying to get stuff from my shop for free fairly often, honestly, and like that's kind of frustrating. But you know, it's there's
Well, the
people
thing
who
of it
like
was,
come
I
up.
wasn't getting, I
Yeah.
wasn't getting anything for free.
No, that's the thing is like
Trying to get
you're
my money
trying
back.
you're like a good customer trying to get like what they paid for, and I have people who come to me who are like, hey man, I didn't get this food when I came and ordered it, and we called in and talked to your boss, and I'm like, well, I am the boss, and there's no notes, and nobody called in today, and they're just like, oh, and then they walk away, and I'm like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, trying to play. Yeah. That's what ruins it for everybody else. The ones
Yeah,
that try to
exactly.
play the
That's
system.
why people can't have the authority to help out people who are just trying to get what they want, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, right, because the person behind the counter don't know they do that, and they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
here's your money back.
get taken advantage of or
Here's your thing that
something.
you said you paid for and you didn't get. Oh, you didn't, or you got that? Yeah, yeah. But it's in all walks of life, not just games. It's the
Yeah, I
people that
know.
try and play and shit like that is what fucks it up for everybody else.
Hmm.
Something is cool and gives you like liberties for the company to be cool with you. Someone finds out about it, someone dishonest, and then they start playing the system like that. It gets discovered, then they fix it and they create a thing saying, "Well, we can't do that because certain people will take advantage of this." So it fucks it for everybody.
Exactly, and I hate that because like I just want to, help get things running smoothly. It's like if there's a problem, let's just get it over with, figure it out.
Well, it's worse for me being older because I remember those days.
Yeah,
They didn't have security cameras then to prove stuff.
yeah, exactly.
Everybody
People
was
had,
on their honor and everybody had honor.
yeah, exactly.
You went in and told somebody something, it was the truth, so they didn't doubt you. Okay, people don't lie about this. Like I guess in the '80s is when '80s and more so in the '90s, but the '80s, the greed, and the dishonesty crept in,
I feel like
the
that's
lack
like
of honor.
that's the disco generation.
No,
I'm
disco
just
is
joking.
'70s.
Oh, I guess '80s is more like what Kiss and glam rock. I don't know.
'80, no '80. Yeah, well, yeah,
Just
'80s was glam rock, but it was '80s was. Do you remember the TV show Family Ties?
yeah, a little bit.
With Michael Keaton, or not Michael Keaton. Alex P. Keaton was his name on the show. Michael J. Fox.
Oh yeah, Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox's character on there was a young Republican and was trying to become super rich. And that's what the 80s could be termed as the age of the Republican, because from 1980 to 1988 was President Reagan, who was Republican.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then his vice president was George Bush Sr.,
Yep.
who got elected in 1988 to 92. Well, Bill Clinton came in. So you had 12 years from 1980 to 1992 of Republican rule, which was Republicans, at least then, it's kind of little shady, little
Yeah,
less
no,
clear
I've heard
now.
about the whole Watergate and all that. Like,
Well, the seven prior to that, all typically Republican position was the conservative right wing that was all for the rich, help the rich. The rich deserve to be rich because they uh, they earned their money. They worked hard, and they deserve that. They deserve to make $10 billion a year because they have that master's degree or whatever. Well, why did they have that master's degree? Well, their parents were lucky enough to be rich enough to send them to Harvard,
mm-hmm.
and they were good enough to get in. Or even if they weren't good enough,
Yeah, right.
their parents were rich enough to get them in and keep them rich. So the Democrats typically are for the working man, for the people that can't work. They're the more left-wing socialist, liberal. Got to try to help everybody. Everything should be balanced, almost to a point of socialism. So you had 12 years from 1980 to 1992 where the Republicans were in, and Ronald Reagan. This is the famous thing: trickle-down economics. Have you heard of that before?
Yeah.
Trickle-down economics. The basic principle of it is, well, if we cut the taxes for the super rich people, they'll have more, they won't pay as much in taxes. They'll have more money to spend,
And put in the
and when they
community.
spend more money, it'll trickle down into the economy. It'll help the people below them because now
Yep,
they're
that's
buying
not how it
they're
works.
buying a new limo. Well, they buy that new limo. Now they're buying more limos, and expensive cars. So now the people that work in the factories work more hours because they're making more cars. They're going to make more money. And the joke of it was, people said, "Oh, trickle down economics." Yeah, here I'm gonna drink 10 beers, and then when I take a piss, whatever trickles down or whatever spills out of not a piss, but whatever spills out of my mouth and trickles down my chin, you can be underneath it and catch it in your mouth. But there's the problem with that. The big flaw with trickle down economics is rich people are rich because they don't spend money, not because they know how to make a lot of money and they do this and that, which some of that's true too. But I've known a lot of wealthy people, and the vast majority of them are like penny pinchers.
Yep.
They got millions of dollars, and they're worried about, you know, oh, this cost me. Wait, this is supposed to be $1.13. You said it's a dollar. You're charging me. You said $1.14. It says $1.13. I want my penny. I want my penny. I was like, you got millions of dollars. Why are you worried about a penny? I didn't even make that much, and I'd be like, a penny, screw it. You know, it's a penny.
Yeah, right.
Even a nickel nowadays, like,
Yeah.
I get chocolate milk at the store up there. I get a few of them at a time, and like, it comes like $6.95 or $7.95, and I give him $8. He goes to hand me. Oh no, it's actually 4 cents. 4 cents is the change on it because I get 4 of them. They're $7.96. Sometimes he'll throw me the nickel, which is giving me the extra penny. So like every few times that I go, I just hand him the $8 and walk away. It all works out. You know, like, oh, okay, now you're keeping my 4 cents, but you've given me a penny the last 3-4 times I was in the heat.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it. It's a nickel. It's 5 cents. You know,
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, what? Like
Or
Canada doesn't
4
even
cents
use
technically.
pennies anymore.
But the really rich people, they'd sit there and they'd give him the $8 and they'd wait for their 4 cents back.
I mean, it
And if
adds
they did
up.
give them, and if he did give them the nickel like that, they'd walk away with, "Ooh, I made out a penny," and they'd feel all good about themselves. They made an extra penny.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he only owed me 4 cents, and he gave me a nickel. Ooh, I got a penny. Yeah, my sister and brother-in-law are like, they owe a good bit of money, and just like they're so. I mean, in the beginning when they were first starting out, and he was starting his business, I understood. At this point, you're worth over $1 million at least. You know what? Don't worry about it.
Treat
Like, I mean,
yourself.
they have nice cars and stuff, live in an expensive house, but if they're worried about like going to restaurants and paying too much. Like they won't eat at McDonald's, they'll still eat at a good restaurant, but they're kind of like conscious, like they don't go into the expensive restaurant and go, oh yeah, give me the surf and turf, give me the steak and lobster. They're looking like, oh yeah, give me the chicken, the grilled chicken salad, or yeah, just a piece of salmon or something. I don't know. It's just they're not horrible about it. They are kind of still like that. But that's the problem with trickle down economics. You cut the taxes on the rich. They're going to save that extra money that you're saving. They're not going to spend it. Bill
Exactly.
Clinton got in 1992 and showed the way to do it, which is more liberal, but he raised all the taxes, and especially on the rich, and actually under the Republicans every year, and it's been like this since then, since Bill Clinton left office. Our national debt keeps going up. It's in the trillions of dollars. We borrow and spend more money than we actually pay out.
Yep.
So our debt continually goes up. That's the way it was for 12 years under Reagan and Bush. When Bill Clinton got in, he had his economic team raise taxes and devise different things to help the economy. He actually had it to a point where we were paying down our national debt. It was going down instead of up, and there was a surplus of cash. There was like in the accounts, the government accounts, there was extra money that if some emergency came up, well, instead of having to borrow more money to take care of that emergency, we've got this. We've got this a lot of money saved up.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather
And
be in
don't
that
you know?
position.
And don't you know? In 2000, when George Bush, and that was the controversial one with George Bush and Al Gore, where it was like a tie,
Yeah, I remember that.
and they had all the messed up votes. And
Like the whole Florida thing.
well, the whole thing of it was too. There was that Al Gore won the popular vote. More people voted for Al Gore than voted for
Yeah, but
Bush.
it's all about the whole like.
But the electoral college, right,
Exactly.
and the hanging chads, which were suspiciously in the state of Florida, where Jeb Bush, George Bush's brother,
It's like
is the
cop.
governor.
Yeah, I don't know. He's the governor.
And finally, whatever happened, political pressuring or just being a better person, Al Gore stepped on. He said, okay, you know what? This is bad for the country to have this ongoing indecisiveness of not
yeah.
knowing who your president is. I'm just going to withdraw and let him take over. Within 6 months of taking the presidency, that surplus of cash was gone.
Yeah, I believe it.
He spent it all on, well, I mean, he earmarked it for stuff, but helping various companies and industries that helped get him paid for his election. I mean, I'm not real, you won't believe it, but I'm not real into politics, but I've seen this shit. And it's like, it's not like deep politics, it's obvious shit. And if you read news stories, you see like headline stories even, you'll see things. After actually, George Bush was a big part of the economy going south too, because, no, I'll tell you, I read this, well, it's an opinion, but I see the point of it. George Bush as president is the leader of the free world, basically. U.S. president's leader of the free world. His words carry a lot of weight and influence, particularly on the stock market where everything is speculative.
Mm-hmm.
He came out in his State of the Union address and said how the economy is heading for a recession. which was true.
You're not supposed to say it.
But him, right? You just let it happen because
It's worse when the president's like,
what it
so
was,
everybody.
it was the internet bubble was about the worst. The
Yeah.
internet bubble was all these startups that were internet-based businesses. They were based on ideas. They had investors pouring money into their ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the idea doesn't work out, you can't get your money back. If you bought like a regular company, like say you had a landscaping company, and it didn't work out, well, you can sell the lawnmowers, sell the weed whackers, sell all the equipment,
But
whatever.
ideas.
You have a restaurant, you got stove, tables and
Property.
chairs and ovens and refrigerators, stuff that you can sell and at least recoup some of your losses. With internet stuff, that was the internet bubble. All this money dumped in, it was all for ideas, and you can't sell it. You can't resell ideas, especially if they're bad ones that didn't work. And a lot of these companies, like they got these investors. All of a sudden, here's some young guys with ideas that sound good, so they get the investors, give them millions of dollars. What do young guys do when they got millions of dollars? Oh, well, they got massage chairs in their office, and they got a game room with like all kind of video games and stuff to play, and all
Of
these
course.
expensive toys. Like, what they just auctioned off that Nintendo PlayStation. Did
The
you see
Wii
that?
or
No, it's the Nintendo PlayStation. Basically, before the Sony PlayStation came out, Nintendo
oh yeah,
64
they
was
like
out.
had the contract for like a day or
Nintendo
two.
hired Sony to build them an optic device, a CD optical drive gaming system, which was became the Sony PlayStation.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that.
Sony designed it. It says Sony on top of it and Sony on the front of it, but it was a Nintendo PlayStation.
Yep.
They
There's like
only
the whole
made
scandal
so
where they
many of them.
canceled it.
Yeah, they only made so many of them, and then they end up doing something else. And Sony said, "Well, we already have this system designed. Well, they're not purchasing, they're not buying the idea of it or the patent. We'll keep the patent and we'll build it ourselves." And they made the PlayStation One. If that wouldn't, this is historical because if they hadn't done that, Sony would not be the powerhouse that they are today
Hmm.
in video game industry.
Yeah, exactly.
TVs were always other electronics.
It'd just be two
Yeah,
titans
prior to that,
instead
they
of
had
three.
VCRs. They were big on their Sony VCRs and televisions. Yep. So but that's sold. I guess I don't know what it would have originally sold as. I think PlayStation One when it first came out was like 300.
Damn.
So
I remember
so I
having
would
that as
imagine
a kid.
a Nintendo PlayStation would have sold for about the same, about 300.
Hmm.
Depending on Nintendo, what they would price it at, maybe 50. Probably not much more. Typically, that's in actually the history of video games from the Atari 2600.
Hmm.
When it came out, was $300. After like 3 months or 6 months, it dropped from 300 to 250, and after a year, it dropped down to 200. And it stayed at 200 for a few years. But then it got more popular once it became more affordable.
Oh yeah. And then the next generation, of course.
Games in those days were $20. Atari 2600. $20 was kind of like the set line, and it didn't matter whether you had a PlayStation stuck in my head, whether you had an Atari 2600, Coleco's ColecoVision,
Yeah, I
or
remember ColecoVision.
Mattel had the Intellivision, and the Intellivision was actually the most powerful of those three, but did not have the software, did not have enough games.
Yeah.
Neighbor of mine had that. The next door neighbor had a ColecoVision, and I had the Atari 2600. The Atari had way more games than any of them, which is why it sold more.
Hmm.
You can only play like those games. You can only play them for a little bit. Okay, I had enough of that. I had enough Missile Command. I had enough Asteroid.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty simple. Just one objective.
Simple and repetitive.
Hmm.
But there used to be a Dungeons and Dragons game called Adventure.
Yeah,
and
that's like
it
one of
was
the first
it was
video
on.
games ever.
Yeah, well, not one of the first video games. It's the first like RPG. It was real blocky, really horrible graphics.
Yeah, no, I was watching an Easter egg
But it was
video
cool because
earlier,
you
and they
go
were
through the
talking about
gate
it.
to the castle and you'd go in and there's the dragon and you got to evade him past the dragon and grab the key, and then you take, and that key's the red key, and you take that down and you got to find your way to where you use the red key, and then when you open the door with the red key you go in, there's the green key, and then you go over, you got to find where the green key's used.
Yep.
It was and then like it was a puzzle, and then you had to figure all that out, and then you did pick up a sword at one point, and you could only carry one thing at a time. So if you had the key, if you had the sword, you couldn't pick up the key. You had to drop the sword and pick the key up. So you would take the sword and you'd have to fight, but then you needed something else too to beat the dragon. But I don't remember if the sword was enough. I think you had to use one of the keys to unlock a room that gave you like a power up or something. You had to have that ability, and then you were able to pick up the sword and fight and actually kill the dragon. But you couldn't kill the dragon, or maybe it was a switch. I can't remember. It's been so many years. There was something you had to do. You couldn't just let me go get the sword and kill the dragon. Or it was that the sword was the last thing that you got. You needed to get past. The dragon was the last thing. You slayed the dragon, and then once he was dead, you could go through the gate behind him. And I think you picked up some like chests that increased your score, and then you went out. That's it. So I think killing the dragon was like the last thing you did near the end of the mission. At the end of it, but that was on Atari 2600, but it was actually on Mattel and Television first, and the one on Mattel and Television actually had better graphics. And I think it actually might even been a little different game. It might have been a little more complicated. I can't remember. I saw it played. I didn't play it. I said the one neighbor kid that I wasn't really friends with, but he was a friend of a friend, and he played D&D, but I never actually got to play with him. From what I heard, he was a really good DM, but I never got. But they already had their group, and it was actually the friend, that I knew him, that I met him through, was the one that I played D&D with. Like, well, he was in their campaign, but then he DM'd for me.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that was because they had already been playing for a while. Character, and like, yeah, we're going somewhere where if they were higher than level 10. So like, if you go in as a first level character, and yeah, here I am with you. Okay, we're going to fight the frost giants. Crunch, you're dead. You can't really take a first level character with you. Of course, then I played with other people after that. What you did in that situation, if you had like everybody's got 5th level characters, you're bringing a new person in. Okay, just create a 5th level character. Create a character, and then we'll just automatically advance them to 5th level. Just so you could play and be on par with everybody else.
5th level is when it gets fun. Well, I mean, actually, honestly, like 2nd level is a big deal. 1st level just sucks.
I like that though, because then it's like you think about you're creating your character, and then you do. He's only 1st level when you're only taking on low level, like low hit point spiders. And I didn't ask him what were those guys. He said they were human, but were they considered like bandits?
Yeah.
Because I didn't think of this till afterwards. What we should have done, and he did this as like a quick adventure, so I think he just kind of threw it together. But he said it was something he had from before. So the guy that was stuck under the wagon told us. That's why I asked him how many. He was telling us there were others that were taken. I asked him how many there were, because I was assuming that was going to be part of the adventure, was us rescuing the other 3 people. He said there were 4 of us. He said there's 3 other people that are lost. Well, what I thought, we ended up killing those bandits. I want to know, is there a way, like, say, we don't want to kill them all. When we get down to that last one, I don't want to kill him. I just want to either subdue him or incapacitate him so we can tie him up and interrogate him. I didn't really see anything in the books about it. There's restrained, but I didn't see any kind of action like subdue. Now in video games, typically what you would do is you would attack somebody without a weapon, just use bare hands, and then
Yeah, I
knock
think you
them
could make
out.
some kind of roll. I'm not sure. Yeah,
Well, I would think
like
that,
grappling is like its own
and we
thing.
actually had the guy down to one hit. So I would say like maybe when his hit points get low and he's within like one hit, dying like 1 or 2 hit points, that maybe you could like try to subdue it. Yeah, you know what it probably would be yeah, I know how to do it now because I'm thinking of something else that they did on caps. Uh, you would roll. You would if you attempted that, say like, okay, now we see he's hurt. Instead of killing him, I'm not going to attack him with my weapon. I'm going to attempt to grapple him, and it would be a strength saving throw to see if you're strong enough to subdue him. Because something on one of Cap's streams, somebody did something similar to that, and it
Yeah,
was
grappling is a
a test
mechanic.
of strength.
I know there
Yeah,
is like
so
a rule
you
set for it. I just don't know
grappled and
what.
restrained to get him grappled and restrained. But then, that didn't exactly fit. Well, I guess because restrained, they have a chance to
Escape.
escape. But if they're the last one left and you have them subdued, if you have them grappled and restrained, that you put the sword to their throat or the knife to their throat and you say, don't move, which would make them like, yeah, they're grappled and restrained, but they can't, if they attempt to escape, you're going to kill them. So, you'd have to use the uh, strength check to see if you could subdue them, if you could grapple and restrain them. Then you would have to use a persuasion check, or intimidation. That's what it was. I didn't even think of that. Intimidation. Use intimidation to interrogate them, find out like, oh yeah, tell us where the others are. I'm gonna have to look that up. Intimidation. My vision's gotten worse, so I can't. I can't. I'm trying to read the book now, and it's not like I got reading glasses. I'll end up looking it up later. But I was like, oh, we screwed up. We killed those 2 guys, and we didn't try to interrogate them. But that's part of the learning process too. The more you play, and I think, like I said, when you start playing, you like. That's why I kind of like. I think I picked this up quickly is because I played before. It was a long time ago, but I played before, and it helps if you played before, but as a player. But then it also helps that like I've DM'd before too. Once you start DMing for somebody, you actually become a better player.
Yeah, that's like why I wanted to DM is so I could get better perspective on it.
Yeah. It helps your thinking process because like when you're the player and you're new and you don't really understand what is possible, once you get the DM guide and you start digging into that and then you actually run some stuff and then maybe your players come up with and think of things that you never thought of, like, oh wow, I never thought in that, not that they never thought of, but never thought in that direction, you never thought in that way, from that
Yeah.
perspective. And now that you've seen somebody else think from that perspective, now you can think from that perspective.
No, exactly. It helps a lot.
Yeah, because that 19, no, actually, you know what, I said 83, I'm trying to think. I did actually play between 83 and 91 because I was in high school, and a kid that actually I know from grade school, and he's actually related to me now through marriage. uh, because his brother actually married my niece. It's close in age because I have a bunch of older nieces, nephews. They're all about a bunch of are around my age. Um, he created he went to the librarian and got the permission to start a Dungeons and Dragons club,
Huh.
like a chess club, but we play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how often we played. I know it wasn't every day. I think it was either once a week or twice a week. And we would go in the library, like we got excused for the last two classes of the day. It was so cool. Like, okay, I don't have to go to today's D&D day. Yay. Instead of going to class and learning some shit I don't care about,
Get to
I'm
go
going
and
to go
be
to the
creative with my
library and
friends.
play D&D. And he was a really good DM. He's just like, he did the whole thing of like Cap does where he has to take off the headsets, everybody except this person, or basically what we do in IRL in the library. Like, okay, everybody just hold tight a minute. You know, you come over, Borf, come over here. We got to talk for a second. And you go over and like have a little private conversation and tell them something that only that person knew. And I was like, that was the first time I saw that done. Oh wow, I never thought about that. Like, I always just assume everybody's all together and what one knows, they all know. I never thought like, oh yeah, let me compartmentalize some of the information. So this one knows this and the rest don't. And he did that a couple other times, like when the group actually got split, and he was the one that ran that. I don't know if I was talking to you about that or somebody else. That the tree dryads
Yeah.
are like sexy women and lured the guy into the tree. He got stuck in the tree because he tried to have sex with the dryad.
Oh Lord.
Like, there's a naked woman, although she looks leafy. She has greenish tone to her skin. She looks like a human female, very sexy body, very pretty, but she has like leaves in her hair and like greenish tone to her skin, and she's beckoning you to come join her. What do? Oh, I'm gonna go for it. He's like, we kiss her. I'm gonna fuck her or whatever. It's like, all right, you are now embedded in a tree. Like what?
Your dick is stuck in a tree.
Yeah.
Awful.
Well, no, it enveloped them because the dryad's magic like opened the tree up,
Yeah.
and he went into her. He actually got swallowed up by the tree and was stuck inside of it.
Oh Lord.
So we're like, well, can we chop the tree down and chop it apart and pull him out? Like, no, he is now part of the tree, and any damage you do to the tree will actually hurt him. Will be damage to him.
So what you
Chop the
get for
tree
fucking
down
a
would be
tree?
to kill him. You kill the tree, you kill him. Shit. So then he was stuck there. He actually like, okay, you're out of the campaign now because you're basically stuck in a tree. The rest of us got to figure out, and I think that's where we split because a couple of us wanted to do one thing, and we had different options. We had the different options I think the DM gave us. Like a couple of us wanted to do the one thing, and the other two or three wanted to do something else, take the other action, and we're like, okay, well, you can either vote on it or decide amongst yourselves how you want to handle it. Do you all want to, vote and see? Well, we're going to go one way or the other, or you can split the party and certain go this way and some go that way, and that's what we ended up doing. We split. We both felt adamant that the way we were approaching it was the way to do it. So then he actually had to like continuously run two separate mini campaigns Not for real long. It was just for like a couple sessions till we completed it. I think the first session was that was at the end of the session where we split, and then the next session we come back, we each had our own little mini adventure. We got to the end of it, accomplished it, and then in the next session after that, we had to make our way back to the tree where he was stuck. And
That's
I
a
can't
pretty
remember. It involved some kind of spell. Wasn't a turn undead, but it was something like
turn tree.
turn tree. Something that the dryad was susceptible to. I can't remember now. It was so long ago. And I think it was the other party that did it. Because I think our plan was we were going to go get a poison, and we were going to poison the tree, which would also poison our person. But if we poisoned the tree and had the healing magic or healing spell ready to go, said, well, and talk to the tree, talk to the dryad, say, you know what, release our friend, or we're gonna have to. He's dead anyway, so we're gonna kill the tree and him. So if you want your tree to live, release him. That's what we were gonna do. And the other group got back for us and actually did the thing with the spell and somehow did similar thing, but I think they did it with a spell. And instead of asking or bargaining, it actually forced the dryad to do what we wanted. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was like he didn't have charm spell or something. He had to go get the charm her. I said that wasn't our part of it. So we weren't privy to whatever they went off and did their little adventure. We weren't privy to what was happening to them. Didn't know what we were doing or what happened to us. Oh, I know now. It's like little bits and little bits are coming back. They actually. That's why I was like, why? I was just start thinking. I'm like, well, wait a minute. We were going to get poisoned. They were going to get a spell. Why wouldn't we just both? Why wouldn't we just all go to town? But I think we encountered a friendly wizard somewhere else in the forest, and they went to his house to get to get him to cast the spell. I think he came back with them and cast the spell. I'm not sure if it was charm. It was something that we didn't have. All right, I'm gonna run out for another cigarette. I'll be back.
Do it, my guy.
8 minutes. You ain't falling asleep, are you?
No, I'm chilling.
All right.
I'm playing. I just got the Xbox. I'm playing that Jedi Fallen Order game. I just started it.
Okay. I actually, you know what? Play it till you beat it because I made a big mistake. I got to the second planet and I'm way down in the bottom, and I think I completed it. I can't remember. I didn't play it for a while, so now I'm like, oh shit. How do I get out of here? And I'm everywhere I go to is like, oh, I've been here before. That's right. Oh, I've been here before. I can't remember the way to get back out. And there is a map that shows you, but it's kind of hard to tell on that map. All right, I'll be back. Like 8 minutes.
Yeah, do your thing, man. Necessary bench.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
You know the I was thinking this. It's amazing. Like all the stuff that used to be considered like nerds when I was young is like all the coolest shit. It's like so amazing. Like comic books, video games, Dungeons and Dragons, computers. Used to be like if you did any of that stuff, you're like
Nerd.
nerd. It's like, but even back then, I was like, yeah, okay, I'm a nerd, but this shit is fucking cool. D&D is so cool. Superhero, cool. Computers are playing video games. Like, you have no idea how fun this shit is.
Alright,
And
so
those
do you
people
even
just
recognize?
didn't understand what we were doing or understand any of it. And then actually, even as I got into high school, like when we had that D&D club, that was actually like where it was becoming more like not mainstream, but a lot more people were like, you know what, that is actually cool. Now we're like a few generations later, and it's like everybody's on computers. A lot of people play D&D. So many people played video games. Well, video games used to be like when I was into my late teens and even early 20s, and I'm playing video games. A lot of people are like that didn't play, or like they thought of that like, oh, that's you play video games, like grow up, like that's a little kid thing. Like, no, it's not. And actually, the video games have matured because even then, the video games were kind of more kiddie, but you didn't have a lot of mature content to it. And now here, I think that's the reason now a lot of the parents that didn't play video games don't understand when, oh yeah, I bought my 8-year-old Grand Theft Auto. Like, yeah, maybe your 8-year-old shouldn't be playing Grand Theft Auto. Get them Ori and the Will of the Wisps or something. But they don't know it, so they just have no clue. Like, I don't know. But then again, I think of when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. I think actually had to have been older. No, actually, because I think it was from 1979, which I would have been 10. 1984 was a like a comic book magazine. It was like sci-fi fantasy stories, which is actually my main character that I had through actually different versions of them. I said, oh, that's his son. Once the first one got too high level, and I needed a lower level character. So I said, okay, I'm gonna create this one. That's actually his son. The name from that was from Gaeta of Alazar, which was like a Dungeons and Dragons, Red Sonja, Conan kind of adventure.
Oh yeah, okay.
But it was provocative.
Mhm.
And the name of my character, which I actually misread it, the character's name in the story was Con Dagon, Dagun, and I thought it said dragon, but spelled Gun instead of Gon. So my character was Con Dragon. But I'm like, in the story, Gahita, she's like a red Sonya, like a female warrior, uh, long red hair and a real sexy body. They had something was threatening their village or whatever, and their ancient hero Khan Dragon was long since dead. They went to his burial site and had to revive him to bring him back. He was like a great general or whatever. So like, we need him, but we're gonna bring him back to life so that he can help us with this problem. And when they brought him back to life, the first thing he did was grab Gaeta, rip her clothes off, and fuck her.
Jesus.
So it was a provocative story.
It's what
But
they expected.
yeah, it's like, well, been dead for so long. Like, so now she got like this zombie raping her. Oh, get him off, get him off. But it had the nudity of that in it, like her being naked or whatever. But it was like it was just it's a provocative story. But I was 10 years old when I was reading that. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna go grab some girl and rape her now because I read this. I understand it's fantasy, it's just a more mature storyline.
Yeah.
But that magazine, actually, I used to buy that years. It was 1984 until 1984, and when in 1984 they couldn't call it 1984 anymore because it wasn't futuristic enough. It became actually I think it was only 1 year that it ran because I was looking at it on eBay, Amazon the one day. I was like, oh, I didn't realize. I thought it was out for longer than 1984. They changed it to 1994. Still basically the same magazine. It's kind of like, Heavy Metal magazine.
Yeah.
Heavy Metal was another one that was like that. They had like little short stories, and it was episodic. So one issue you would have part of the story, and it would be continued in the next issue.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, uh, the artwork on Korn's one album, with like there's like an elf girl.
Okay.
One, I think it's the one Follow the Leader. I think it has like this cartoonish elf girl on it. She was actually one of the characters from one of the stories there.
That's
So
pretty
I
funny.
think it's the same artist. It just has like a real iconic look to it. The way when you look at that, when I saw that, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the one from the story. I wish I still had all those magazines. Over the years, moving and different things, it either got thrown out or stolen. Same with my comic books. I used to have a box full of Mad magazines too back then.
I remember Mad Magazine.
They were so cool then, especially like these were from the 70s and like 70s and 80s, mostly the 70s. So they had like the spoofs of Star Wars and all the popular movies at the time. Another one similar to Mad Magazine, but was more adult provocative. You're supposed to be over 18 to buy it, but the store used to sell it to me all the time. It's National Lampoon, which was actually what came the people that created like Vacation and Animal House, all those National
Mm-hmm.
Lampoon movies. I think the guy that produced them, I think was like one of the editors or something, creators of the magazine. Okay, here was another. Oh, I didn't post the message to the first one. Let's see how to do that. I'm actually just gonna post them in thing. I'm not gonna make any comment. I was gonna put a little different comment because my comments in it now were. I gotta put some kind of comment there so people know what it is. Let me turn my code so I can see the keys. Let's see. Classic 2E module. Alright, yeah. I think I just put it, yeah, I put it in general. Okay. Classic 2E module. Switch back to soccer. Okay. Put the product. Just click and drag. Copy this. Oh, I can't do it all in one. That's right. I have to do it. It's too much text to do in one message. Sales instructor. Okay, adventuring troops will be the next one. Just hoping nobody posts anything until I get this all in. Not sure, but I think this should be an interesting read for it. For like knowing your history, because it talks like about some of this stuff. Actually, I just did that, and then I only did the descriptions on that. And it talks about it, why this module was so iconic. Oh, how the heck did I do that? Copied from the next section too. Or did I? Or no? Okay. I'll do this message. Know your history. Oh, somehow I did that one. Okay.
This game's alright.
Read.
I'm getting a little bored of my Jedi game.
Yeah, that it does tend to do that. I think. I was like, yeah, right. I played for a little bit. I think when I first played it, I played for a couple minutes, and then
I like Dark Souls, so I like action fighting like this game offers, but I'm also just kind of like whatever about it right now.
did I not? Did that not include that part of it? That comment? Oh, it put the picture after. Okay, well, no, it's still got all the text. It's just not the same way because the way I copied and pasted the messages, posted them. What I want to see is actually. See if I can find into the Borderlands. 5e. And again, there's this Into the Borderlands 5e edition remake is different prices on different websites. It's basically $50. Some places have it cheaper. It was actually a very good
What just
starting.
happened? Oh my god.
Oh. Oh, dndwizards.com. Okay. So I'll just put the link for this. Copy. Which I want to get this at some point. New editions of B1 and B2 revised for 5e. So I'd like to see them do that for all of them, for all the modules.
It's like revamped guild ones.
Yeah, the old ones.
Yeah, that would be
These
kind
were
of cool.
these were some epic adventures. The one I posted the link for Q1 was well, you can read it in the description. It was the first time that you were able to fight a god. Because Lol, you know who Lolth is?
I don't know the deities very well.
She's the demon. She's like a giant spider, and the Drow actually serve her.
Nice.
So like PS2 game Champions of Norath, which was I said they had Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance 1 and Dark Alliance 2.
Yep.
The team that worked Dark Alliance 1 left, or it was a different studio or different people that did Dark Alliance 2. The people that worked on Dark Alliance 1 were the ones that did Champions of Norath. And it had you actually had to invade a drow cave. I don't think you fought Lolth on it, but it felt very much like a video game playable version of this module. But I think there were spiders and drow. But I think that's where it was based off of, was like the fact that they served her. But that was the big reveal, and this was the first time that actually it treated a deity as a it had hit points, and you were actually able to fight them and beat them if you were powerful enough. Prior to that, all the deities were just like deities. Okay, yeah, that's the gods that you pray to. You don't see them, you don't fight them, you don't do anything with them. And there was actually a book before that. I forget what it was called now. Something like Deities, Gods, and Other Heroes, or something like that, where it kind of discussed them, but it didn't. You weren't able to fight them. This is actually what led to the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons book of deities and demigods, which gave you different genres, like or what do you call it, mythos, different mythos,
Mm-hmm.
like the Nordic gods. So I actually did fight Thor at one point because I wanted his hammer.
Mm-hmm.
So we sought out Thor and went to fight him, but he was too powerful to beat.
Makes sense.
So we ended up like running from him.
Yeah.
Like, let us escape. And I think we had like a portal or something that we were able to jump through and escape from him.
Damn, those monsters.
And then, like, the nature of Thor being he was a benevolent deity, he didn't pursue us. Now, if we had done that with someone evil, the evil person might have evil god might have made his own portal and chased after him.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucked with me, now I'm gonna kill you.
You don't know what you asked for, buddy.
Yeah. But they had godly stats, though. So, like, at the time, the highest strength you could have was 18.
Mm-hmm.
But Thor's strength was 20.
Yep.
So that was like the introduction of the higher stats. And actually the highest strength you could have, strength was the only one that was like this because it was used, like I said, for your strength feats of Ben Bar lift gates. And that was an advanced Dungeons and Dragons thing. Like basic and expert, your highest strength was 18, period, and that's all you had. But in advanced, it gave you a slash, 18 slash, and then a percentile from 0 to 100. So the highest strength you could have would be 18/00, and that determined your success on strength feats. So that's kind of where I guess like the skill checks kind of crept crept in a little bit more. So 1800 would be the highest strength you have, unless so. Like my fighter had 1800 strength, and he uh he still wasn't strong enough to beat Thor because Thor's strength was 20. It's like,
Mhm.
well, he is a god. Like, okay, that makes sense. But Dungeon Model Q1, it is playable on its own, but it's part of a series that led like when you finished the I forget the letters for it, but there were three modules or three sections of I think it was G because it was giants. You fought the giants and that led you to the Drow. And then you played another three modules that involved you going deeper into finding the Drow, and then you found out. Then Q1 picked up with you going into the Drow's like main lair and running. And if you went to that one room, it had Lolth, the Demon Queen of Spiders, in there. You could fight her. I was trying to remember though. I don't know if I thought it was either S. This is Q1. I don't remember if it was in Q's or if it was the S series. You actually did I talk to you before about Gamma World?
I don't know about Gamma World.
Okay, Gamma World basically it's where the easiest way to explain it is that's where they got the idea for Fall.
Okay.
It was originally a TSR Gary Gygax designed game, very identical to Dungeons and Dragons, but was set in post-apocalyptic America. So it was essentially Fallout
Yeah.
the same way, and you had like laser guns and stuff. Well, there was a Dungeons and Dragons module. It had one room in it, and in that room there was like a rift that went from the Dungeons and Dragons universe into the Gamma World universe. Or at least there was a rift there. You couldn't go through it. Or I don't remember if you could go through it or not, but I think if you went through it, you went into Gamma. You had to actually have the Gamma World to have the other end of it. But you were able to find like Gamma World weapons there. So in Dungeons and Dragons, you have a like a laser pistol.
Hmm.
Of course, it only did like 1d6 damage, so 2d6, 1d6 plus 2 or plus 1, something like that. So it was like a 2 to 7 damage. It was nothing extremely OP. Like, oh no, you're bringing lasers into. Now you're gonna just kill everything. Like, no, it still goes by the RPG rules. You still got to roll to hit, ranged attack, and did very little damage. It was just something cool to have. Like, hey, yeah, my barbarian has a laser pistol. Well, actually, I don't think they didn't have barbarians then. They used to have that Dungeon Dragon magazine, which was really cool. It was a magazine because that was part of the '80s uh, surge of popularity of Dungeons and Dragons, which is why B2 in the basic set sold 1.5 million copies. Because it had like everybody started getting into it around that. A lot more people, not every. I lost my original point. I can't think now. But yeah, I used to have Gamma World. They also had another one they produced called Boot Hill, which was like Red Dead Redemption, basically. It was a Western RPG. You could play a cowboy. Which I was surprised that those didn't like stick longer. Like Gamma World, it had to have been. I'm 100% sure that people that designed Fallout played Gamma World. because in Fallout 3, one of the DLCs for it was the Pit, which is Pittsburgh, which is where I'm from.
Oh yeah, I do remember that one.
Gamma World, the adventure that came with it was set in Pittsburgh. So you have the fold-out map, was a fold-out map of Pittsburgh, but like the bridges were destroyed, and this is post-apocalypse. I was like, this is so fucking cool. Here's my city post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I know these neighborhoods. Yeah, let me go down through this way. You know, it's like I come to my home where my town is. It's like it's set a little different because I guess everything was destroyed for the hillsides. And it was like it wasn't 100% accurate. It was, I mean, it wasn't that specific like shit up, but I was like, I knew from a real map of where my town was. Went to that spot on the map with in the game. I was like, yeah, that's cool. I'm in my hometown in the future.
Well, there's a
Fighting mutants.
There's a game, I can't remember what it was. God damn it. No, not Injustice. It's an action adventure game where you're playing as like a guy with electric superpowers. There's two of them.
Okay.
Ah, damn it, I can't remember what the game is called. But the second one is
PlayStation or Xbox?
I think it's on PlayStation.
Yeah, see, I might not know because I had a PS2. I didn't get a PS3 because my buddy had one. So when we did God of Wars, we did it on his PS3. Well, actually, I think we played it. Yeah, he had the game on PS2 because he had a PS2 as well.
There's this whole thing though where like the city was Seattle in the second game. It's just like very, very well.
Oh, okay. Design. I know what you're talking about. Now, as soon as you said that, now it clicked to me. Deus Ex.
No, not Deus Ex.
Not Deus Ex. Deus Ex was set in Seattle.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, the original ones. It was either the first or second, or the first and second. Actually, I think it was the second one. The first one was kind of more primitive because I think 2 was out and I played 2 and I kind of liked it, so I went back to 1. Yeah, because it had to do with it was set in Seattle and it was for the G3 conference, and this is it's like cyberpunk. So it was like a futuristic version of Seattle. And that's actually, I think the year they put the game out was the year that they were having the G3 summit in Seattle. And they're like, it's all the world leaders that decide things for the global economy and bringing things under, like trying to make the one world bank and all that. They were trying to get one world currency. That would actually fuck the economy up because different countries have different GNPs. Some countries produce more valued stuff than other countries. So now if you made one world economy, it would be like the generalization of all of that. So if you live in a country like America that's highly technologically advanced, your money would actually devalue because it would be worth the same amount as like Zimbabwe or Uganda, something that's like jungle mostly and don't really produce anything. Well, I think Uganda has blood diamonds, but you get my point. Parts of the world that actually don't produce anything.
Yeah.
It would actually devalue the global economy, would devalue a lot of currency.
Mm-hmm.
Or one world bank. But anyway, the Deus Ex, yeah, there were cyber terrorists that attacked that, and then I think you were the agent that went after them or had to investigate. But you were human, but you had cybernetic enhancements. and that's what gave you your powers. That's why when you said he threw out lightning, and it was set in Seattle, it reminded me. Deus Ex Machina, I think it was.
Yeah, no, one of my friends really likes Deus Ex. I only played one of them. I think it's probably like one of the newer ones.
Yeah, but it was one of those things that was like cool at first.
Oh yeah, this
And,
is the one actually. It's right here on my Game Pass. It's Deus Ex Mankind Divided.
okay.
It's the one that I played.
Yeah, the first one was just called Deus Ex. Yeah, they're showing me pictures of all of them now. Right? It's made by Eidos. First one was just Deus Ex. I believe it was PS2, but it was more primitive. I think Deus Ex Machina was the second one, and that was the one set in Seattle. Official shop. Six Machina. Oh, as a Deus Ex Machina shop, and it's actually there's a shop. It's a store. It's not nothing to do with the game at all.
It's like all these Game Pass games, and I can't decide on what I want to download.
Okay, here's the first one. Yeah, it was Windows, Mac OS, and PS2. It was a PS2 only. I believe when they made the second one, it was also Xbox. Original Xbox. I think. Because I know I got this for PS2. I went and bought this, but I bought this after I played the second one. Copy. Paste. Let me see. MACHINA. There's also a movie called Deus Ex. Oh no! Wow! Wow! I never even heard of this one. Deus Ex Machina video game. I did it on Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Was a game from 1984 for the ZX Spectrum, the Commodore 64, and the MSX. I'm like, no, that's not the one that I'm looking for. But I didn't even know they had it then. I had the Commodore 64. It was awesome. It was around the same time as the Atari, but was a lot more powerful. So, like on the Atari is notorious for when they came out with Pac-Man. It was a remade game just for the 2600. It was garbage. It didn't look anything like it. The map, like the screen was different. The maze was a different shape, and it was really hard to play. And it was like just monochromatic, like just two colors, two or three colors. I think it was like two. The maze was like two shades. It was like a light blue, and then the background was dark blue. Pac-Man was yellow, but he kind of flickered. And then the ghosts were the same color, and they flickered. Or that's a ghost flickered. But it was so hard to tell where everything was, and it was so hard to play. So when I got my Commodore 64, I got Pac-Man. It played just like the arcade one.
Yeah.
It looked just like the arcade.
I love
Screen
Pac-Man.
rate, a lot faster. That was the problem with the 2600 one too. It was like a screen rate issue. It didn't refresh the screen fast enough or something. But the one on Commodore was exactly any game I got on Commodore was exactly like the arcade game. I had Pac-Man, Centipede, uh, pole position. I think because I had a couple, like two of the one. Oh, Donkey Kong, Cubert, and Tapper. Real Tapper, not root beer Tapper. It was real Tapper, real beer. They tried, like, because so many kids were playing it. They're like, oh, we got to make this. We can't have these kids serving beer. We'll make it root beer Tapper. I'm like, no, Tapper's the beer. That's the point. You're running a bar, and you get these people come to the bar, and you got to serve them beers. People back. But that was also the one. I had two different versions. It had a cartridge slot in it. Those were all cartridge games. I also had Frogger, but Frogger I had on cassette. Do you remember cassettes, like music cassettes?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, the Commodore 64 had a drive that saved games magnetically to cassette tapes. They called it a data set. So there was also a disk drive with a 5 1/4 inch floppy. To give you some perspective, the Commodore 64 computer cost $199, $200. The 5 1/4 inch floppy drive for it was $350. The drive cost more than the computer.
Yeah.
Which I did eventually get it, but at the time when I bought the computer, I got the data set was like $80 or something. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I could save on cassettes. But I had Frogger on cassette, and then there was a game made by Epic Software, EPYX, Gateway to Apshay, which was a more video game, Katie kind of game, D&D type. That was a cartridge version. And then they had a cassette version called Temple of Apshay. Temple of Apshay was more D&D like, a lot more D&D like. You could actually, at the beginning of the game, you created your character and you rolled your ability stats. But if you already had a character for D&D, it had a little, I actually discovered it. My friend didn't know about it. I'm like, hey, look, you can actually enter your D&D characters in. He's like, no, you can't. It makes you create a character. I'm like, no, but here where it asks you, do you want to create a character? Instead of saying yes, which logically, yeah, you're starting the game. Do you want to create a character? Yes. You gotta always hit why. I actually, just to test it out, I hit no one day. Do you want to create a character? No. And it brought me up. Enter stats. I'm like, okay, cool. So now I was able to take my D&D characters, at least stats wise, and plug him into the game and play these adventures. Downside of it, okay. The initial game tape was dual side. It being a tape, you know how you'd flip it over, A side, B side.
Yeah.
You had to rewind the other way. Both sides were the same, but it took about 30 minutes. It was about 30 minutes long. It was probably a 60-minute tape. So you had 30 minutes on one side, 30 on the other. 30 minutes just to load the base game. Put it in the drive, you tell it to load. See, this file is found or whatever. Do you want to load this? And
That's pretty rough.
You hit enter. 30 minutes just to load the game. Then it would start running the game. Then you do your character creation or enter your character. Then you had tapes for each adventure. And there were 5 adventures. There was 3 tapes, but the third tape only used the one side. So you always had to rewind it if you wanted to play the 5th one. Then actually I bought the expansion for it, which was like Egyptian pyramids and different monsters in it.
It's a lot, but it sounds like it was worth it at the time.
The adventure then was a 90-minute tape. So 30 minutes to load the level, about 10, 15 minutes to either enter or create a character. 45 minutes to load the adventure, to load the level. So about an hour and a half. It was a commitment to play it.
Yep.
Like, but as like a D&D person, I'm like, yeah, I want to play this. So I'd put the tape in, I'd start loading it. Okay, go do something else. Go read a comic book. Go look at my character sheets or whatever. Or read a D&D book.
Yeah, exactly.
Do something for a half hour. Oh, and that was the best part. Sometimes you get to the end. Okay, you loaded the game. It's been sitting there loading for a half hour, and you're not paying attention because it's a half hour later.
Yep.
Go over. Okay, it should be loaded by now. There was an error in the load. You have to start over.
Yep, you weren't paying attention and that happened.
Well, it was just a data glitch like you have
Yeah.
now with the internet. You know, maybe there was one bit got misread while it was loading, and turned the rest of it to garbage. So you have to restart the load.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it would sometimes take longer, but you're looking at it, best case scenario, an hour and a half to load the game. Then you have to, like I said, create the character and then load the level.
Mm-hmm.
But once everything was loaded in, it's all loaded in. There was no hard drive. There was no drive to it. There was no hard drive, so everything was loaded in. But yeah, it was worth it. Once you got into it, it was so cool. Like D&D video game, and it was way deeper than adventure. Way deeper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, adventure is very basic.
And it worked like a Dungeons and Dragons thing too, to where you start the game, can only see the square that you're in, and then as you explore the level, it maps it out. It reveals the map to you.
Mm-hmm.
As you explore it, it would, like, as you went through and lit it up, then it would become mapped. Then it would keep showing it, so that way you could tell where you've been before and where you haven't, which was kind of critical.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's really limited graphics, so like little stick figure guy, stick figure little sprites for the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
But now that one was the deeper one. That gave you the more RPG D&D experience, and then you'd pick up treasures and magic items. Oh, I had a sword +1. Now I got a sword +2. And it had the RPG stuff behind it. So, like I said, you entered your stats. So, if you had 18 strength for your fighter, if you had the fighter and you got 18 strength, although I don't think it had. I don't remember if it had. I don't think it had magic. I think it wasn't classes. You were just basically a fighter. But it did have like there had to be certain things that affected. I can't remember now. And maybe I was too young to actually appreciate some of this stuff. But there had to be a reason that you entered strength, intelligence, constitution, charisma, and dexterity, and all that. There had to be some reason that you entered those 6 stats and somehow come to play in the game. I don't remember now. Because, to be honest, actually, because it took so long to load, I played through each of the levels. I beat each of the levels of the game, and then didn't play it much after that because I had the gateway to Apshe game, which was the more video gamey one, and didn't have the deep RPG part to it. You just basically went through and killed the creatures, and still had the mapping thing. You actually used the joystick for. That was the other main difference. You did the tape version. You had to use the keyboard controls to move the character and do different things. The lighter version, you just used the joystick. And you only needed that. Joysticks only had one button.
Yep, I've seen those.
Yep. Joystick to move, button to attack. Okay. And then whichever way you're pushing the stick when you hit the attack button, that's the direction. So you would like run over, hit your attack button, and then hurry up as soon as you hit attack. Hurry up and turn and run away from them. Hadouken attacking so that you didn't take a hit.
Yeah.
Try not to take a hit. Wouldn't always work. Remember the.
But I actually have Abe's Odyssey on my Steam account. Oddworld.
Oh, you have the Odyssey.
Yeah, I have Abe's
Or-
Odyssey and New and Tasty.
Okay. I was gonna say because I didn't get to cover that the other day. Is New and Tasty is actually a different game,
Really?
and I'm not 100% sure on this, but I could swear because I started playing, and when I escaped to one part, it said I missed saving all these Budokans. I restarted the game, and the second time I went through, I still couldn't find the one thing, which I was watching somebody else play it, and I'm like, oh, that's right, you got these little hidden things. So I'm gonna eventually restart it again, but I'm actually pretty far into it now.
Nice.
I believe my point is when I played through the second time, I could swear it was different. So it may be procedural.
That's very possible, yeah.
It's basically like they know the basic mechanics of how to make an Oddworld level, and this because it's kind of a simpler game, it wouldn't be all that impossible to make things just subtly different.
It really wouldn't, yeah.
So I know it's different than the original because I remember where the original started, and you were on that screen with the little two barrels, and you went behind the one barrel and pressed down, and it took you to a secret room.
I did not remember that. I played that game a lot as a kid.
As soon as you start the game, the very first board you start on, there's two barrels there, and when you walk past the barrels, you actually go behind them. Well, yeah, there's one of those two barrels had like a hidden ladder, and you go behind the barrel and press down, and it would go down the ladder. And there were Madokans down there to save. Yeah, when I played the original one, I replayed it a few times. I saved every Madokan in there. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a cigarette, but then I'll be back. But I got your stream up on my Xbox, so I'll be able to see when you're back. All right.
And we're back.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
I was gonna. I don't know if you saw my message because I think it was Captain's chat. You said about getting your Xbox and not having enough HDMI ports.
Oh, someone linked. It might have been you, but somebody said something about it being daisy chain,
Yeah, you can
and I
daisy
did.
chain. There's a
Yeah,
an
no, I set
input.
it up.
Okay.
I have like a
And all you
computer
do on
degree, technically,
your
so like
okay.
I just didn't know about the ports when I ordered it.
Yeah, the only thing when you do that is you have to have the Xbox One on to you have to have both systems on at the same time because you run
Well,
through the
the thing that
Xbox.
I'm running through it is just like an Alexa Fire Stick
Uh,
because I don't have the TV remote anymore. So it's just a remote that I can change the volume and the channel with.
okay.
So it's really
But
nice.
if you were to run another system through it, you would have to have both systems on. And in Xbox One, I believe it's in the settings, something in the settings like monitor TV or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's so you could plug your cable through your Xbox is what they intended. But I was playing a 360 game with a friend. He wanted to play Dead Island on 360, and he didn't have a headset, so we went on the 360 together. We were in the game together, but he didn't have a headset that worked on 360, so we did it through the Xbox One so that we could be in an Xbox One party and play on the 360. It's kind of odd because then I had to have both controllers at the same time too.
Mhm.
Like, well, I didn't have to use the the Xbox One 360 to play.
Probably pretty easy
Like,
to mix them up.
yeah, but I still had to use the Xbox One for like adjusting the volume and stuff. Party. And then exiting out afterwards. Yeah, it got a little complicated. Wasn't too bad. But actually, I bought an adapter, RCA to USB, so that I can plug either my PS2 or my original Xbox through my Xbox One like that. I'll go into the adapter and change and do the RCA jacks to the
Yeah,
HDMI.
it's really nice. I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to have everything running in correctly, but it's actually perfect.
Yeah. Well, we're nerds. We can figure it out.
Yeah, right. If it wasn't, I'd make something work.
Well, I was one of the original people to do stuff like that. I had when I had my Commodore 64 and my Atari 2600. The way they used to work, you didn't have a coaxial on the back of your TV. You had two screws for an antenna. So when cable came out, the coaxial cable actually screwed into this little adapter, and the little adapter had the coaxial on one side, and the other side was two little prongs that went on around those screws. Well, that's how the Atari and Commodore connected to the TV.
Those little screws.
They connected through the little screws. So, and then it was actually a little switch box. There was a little box, and you had TV or game. You'd switch it to TV to watch your TV, and then you'd switch to game, and it would like bypass. It would turn off the TV and the antenna input and take the signal from the game or computer. Well, I wanted to better sound. So the TV had a headphone jack. I plugged a wire into the headphone jack, which I had to use an adapter because it was like 1/8 size, which is like Walkman size, basically,
Mm-hmm.
jack. But the wire I was using was 1/4 inch, like bigger headphone jacks. So I had to go to Radio Shack and get the adapter, plug that in, the adapter, got the extension wire, ran my head from my headphone jack on my TV into my stereo. My stereo had an input, but it was for recording only, for cassette. So I actually had to have, with no cassette in the deck, tell it to record so that it would turn the line on, and was able to have my video game sounds come through my stereo. I was like so proud of that. I'm like, oh, this is fucking awesome. I fucking figured this shit out. How to get how to get my video game to play through my stereo. The audio. It was awesome. It was like your stereo, you know, is a lot louder, amplified. A couple of my friends were actually pretty impressed with that. Oh, dude, how you get such good sound? Because TV sound was shit then.
Yeah.
And one of the other things was it was a Sony TV, which was actually a Sony stereo TV. Stereo TVs were new then.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it was only a 19-inch, but it was actually fairly expensive.
Yeah, I believe it.
It was like to get stereo TV. Which is
Yeah,
why
I remember like
headphone jack.
my mom was really proud of her box TV. It's like the old one with a dial on the front.
Yep.
So proud of that fucking monstrosity.
Well, when I had my original Xbox, actually, I think I got it for 400 or 500, an 800 TV. It had the composite inputs, and then I had to actually buy the monster cable to do. I bought the TV and I bought the monster the same day. And what it basically did, it split the video into 3 different components. Kind of like for a component TV, like the big screen TVs then were component only. But it gave my Xbox such better graphics. Instead of just the little three RCA jacks, which is basically video, left audio, and right audio.
Yeah, that's what I started with in my PlayStation 1 and my N64.
Right. Well, this split the video into 3. A YR, CR, something, chromatic or something. I forget.
Mm-hmm.
But it just looked a lot better. I actually still have all that shit, but unfortunately the TV broke. I took it to the shop to get it fixed, and it was like, yeah, this is gonna cost like $800 to fix. Like, fuck. I'm like, nah, I paid $400. It was an $800 new. I paid $400, but I'm not gonna pay another $800. And the thing was a monstrosity. It was so fucking heavy. It was a 36-inch box TV, which was like probably weighed a couple 100 pounds.
Yeah. No, the original ones. Like I said, I remember that like the huge one my mom had. It must have been like a 30-inch. You know, they had it was basically like a table.
Yeah. They used to have the floor consoles, and those actually were 25-inch.
Okay.
Actually, the original ones I think were 19-inch because people used to have 13-inch for like kitchen TVs or something, and they were usually just black and whites. Though they did have colored later. But
I'm lucky, like I saw black and white televisions, but I never was stuck with a black and white television.
Yeah, the big floor model TVs were the ones that it was a 19-inch, and then I remember years later when we lived in a different house, that old one broke and we got a new one. It was around the time when, well, actually cable came out, but it was around the time where they started using cable boxes. They used to just plug the coaxial right into the back of the TV, and you use your TV, change the knob on the TV, so you still only got so many channels.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had to have it on 3 for HBO. That was the only other one. Actually, that was the only cable channel. Cable gave you better reception for the regular channels. It's better than an antenna. And and it gave you the ability to have HBO. We actually, when I was little, was even younger, our old house, uh, we were one of the first people to get cable. This is probably like 1978 ish. It cost so much because the infrastructure wasn't there. They actually
Yeah.
had to run
They
the
had to wait.
coaxial cable to our house, up across along the pole and to our house. So we had to pay for all that.
Yeah, I was about to say it's like they actually had to lay the entire wiring system to.
And all you got, there was no cable. It didn't give you better reception. It was for a movie channel, which was what would become HBO, but then it was called HHT, Hollywood Home Theater. It costs $3 a month.
That
So
sounds like nothing.
you pay like $100 something. It was like $100, $200 something. It was a lot. Which I mean, for then $200 was a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
Not sure exactly, but I know it cost a lot because they had to run the coaxial to our house. And my dad, I remember my dad was pissed because we paid all this money to get this Hollywood Home Theater installed, and we paid for all the cable to run to our house, and then the neighbor got it, and they just tapped into our cable, and we're like, no, what do you mean? Well, that's already on the pole. It don't affect your signal or anything. It's just, but it made it a lot cheaper. Our neighbor got it a lot cheaper because he didn't have
yeah,
to
you
pay
didn't
for
have
all
to
that
pay for
cabling.
all that. It's kind of bullshit.
Yeah. So then a bunch of other people started getting cable on a block, and they just all tied into that line.
Of
Fuck
course,
you.
because they had already laid it. That's awful.
Yeah.
The company should have just taken the hit because, I mean, it's just the eventuality of them making money off them anyway.
Right, and it's like an investment. It's like you putting
Yeah,
the
exactly.
coaxial in is putting it in so that now you have more customers.
Yeah,
And
right.
especially
Exactly.
being
That
it was a
whole area blew up, and it was going to do it anyway, as long as they put the cable there.
well, at that time it wasn't really blown up. I think there was maybe 12 houses on our street, and like 4 or 5 of them actually had that. Went for the Hollywood Home Theater. I mean, $3 a month, that wasn't bad.
Yeah.
And they used to mail you the little guide for what was going to be on for the month, so you could see what movies were on. And they weren't first run. They're like, it would go to the theater first, and then like after it was at the theater, like maybe a year later, it would come to the cable. Not like now, to where a movie comes out and like, was it like a month later they got it on DVD?
Yeah, usually like a month or two. It is shockingly quick. Look at that.
And then I was just thinking of that. Yeah, when we came out, we had a new TV at our new house, and we used to have just straight cable, and then that's when they came out with the cable box because people were stealing cable. It was a lot easier to steal cable then because all you had to do was go to Radio Shack and buy a splitter, and then you put the splitter on. And actually, even within your house, that's what a lot of people did. Was you used to have to pay, like if you had 2 TVs in your house, you had to pay for both TVs, cable for both TVs. So what a lot of people would do is they'd sign up for that. They get the cable run to both TVs, and then they cancel it for one of their TVs. And they would come and they would take out the other cable, disconnect it. Okay, now you only have it on that one TV. All right. And you got a Radio Shack, buy a splitter, and just do what they did. And usually they'd leave the cable. That was the other thing. They'd run the cable from to both TVs, and all they would do is just disconnect the cable and take the splitter and just run the cable straight in. So you just go out and buy another splitter.
Yep.
Put the splitter on, and then you needed just a little piece of cable to run from the splitter to the one TV. So that's when they came out with the cable box, because then you needed the cable box, the scrambler box, to actually watch cable on that TV. So then you needed a second box if you wanted a second TV. You
Yeah.
had to get both boxes. And then later on, then they made it on the pole, where if you that was when they added the movie channels, when they added like HBO and Cinemax and that. They would have things that they had little tubes that they daisy chained in line with the cable. The cable would run, signal would run through, and it would descramble your HBO or whatever. Well, people that work for the cable company used to sell those, and it didn't matter where it was in the line, so it didn't have to be on the pole. You could have it in your house. Disconnect the cable from the back of the box, screw it onto the little descrambler tube, and then screw the scrambler tube onto your TV, and then you had free HBO.
There you go. Wow. I actually had never thought about that because you get the cable box from Comcast or whatever.
Yeah.
And,
Well, it's impossible to do now because they have everything coded.
Well, it's it is just a descrambler. I never really thought about it like that, but it totally is.
Yep. That's all the boxes is the scrambler.
It's the perfect way to put it, and it makes so much sense, and I just had never really thought about it.
Yeah.
So they give you this box and you plug it into the wall. It gives you access to cable.
Box. Just run the cable right into my TV.
I was just there's some kind of stupid little processor in there that lets the cable come in through it, but now it's just
nowadays they can do it remotely. They remotely turn your channels on or off. Just send a little signal, a little code symbol.
Yeah, it's got the little motherboard in there and all that shit.
Of course, now they have the DVR boxes too, which it's funny. I still have the one. It's not connected. I don't have cable now, but the cable box is still sitting there. I basically use it as a clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's a DVR box, so I had stuff. I was pissed. I had stuff recorded, and I got my cable shut off. I'm like, I can't watch my DVR shit. Movies I wanted to watch on there. So well, they're probably not recorded anyway. When they turned the cable off, they probably erased everything on the DVR.
I've never had a DVR, so I don't know how they work really. I'm sure it just has a hard drive you save stuff onto, but
yeah. And then when I was talking about that, I thought of my buddy actually had the first video game. Couldn't really call it internet gaming, but it kind of was. Sega Channel. Have you ever heard of Sega Channel?
I actually haven't.
Sega came out with this thing, and I don't remember how much it cost because my buddy had it, and it was real glitchy. Basically, what it was, you ran through your cable, through your coaxial, and you paid the cable. I think it was done through the cable company, but the money went to Sega. I guess Comcast probably got a
$1 out of the $2.
So I think it was $7.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But you connected it to your Sega Genesis, and then when you went into Sega Channel, it was kind of like Game Pass. They had different games on there each month, so you could go on there and play games that you didn't own.
That's pretty cool.
It's kind of like their way of getting into the rental business, because it was around that time Blockbuster was around, so you rented a lot of games. Rent it and try it out. If it was really good, they'd go out and buy it.
Yeah, I remember Blockbuster. That was my shit.
Yeah. Downside to that was I played Chrono Trigger on Super Nintendo.
Oh, I love Chrono Trigger so much.
Off a Blockbuster rental. So I stayed over at my buddy's house for a couple days, and we played through it. We do that every weekend. We'd go to Blockbuster and rent a game and hang out. play an RPG all weekend
Yeah.
until we beat it. And then if we didn't beat it, then I'd stay I'd stay as long as it took to beat it. Most of them are about 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, if you're like actually progressing. I'm really bad about just like grinding RPGs.
Well, we used to take turns too. So like, we'd be playing. All right, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep for a while, and I'd wake up, and he'd be playing. Okay, my turn. Then
That's
he'd
pretty
go over
cool.
and go to sleep. So we kind of missed some parts of it, but
Yeah.
you'd wake up. Okay, what happened? Okay, this. We went here. I had to go here and do this and go. All right. You kind of catch the other person up on where you're at, and maybe play. We'd watch. The other one would watch for a little bit and switch off or what. But we got to the very end and we beat it, and it was like, okay. It's only now that I found out. Yeah, it has different endings. I was like, oh, I never knew that because we beat it, and then once it was beat, we took it back to Blockbuster, and the next week we got a different game. Illusions of Gaia was a good one.
I feel like I heard of that, but I haven't actually played that one.
You kind of had different people, and I think the one guy was like turned to fog or something. Kind of like Castlevania Symphony of the Night a little bit, where you had different, but I think it was actually different characters had different powers.
One of my first RPGs was on the PlayStation 1. It was actually Final Fantasy 9. And that has like been my favorite game for years.
Since you mentioned that was a game I watched him play. I didn't get to actually play it, but on Sega Channel he was playing it, and I think there was a chat function too. You could chat with other gamers or send messages. Not chat, but you could send messages. Because he was playing. And this would have been 1991-ish, 2-ish. Yeah, probably even before that. 91-ish. So they didn't have internet then. You didn't have the internet to let me go on the web and talk to people and ask them about it. But he was playing Final Fantasy. No number, just Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
First one.
Yeah, the original English like Final Fantasy is actually, I think it's Final Fantasy 3 in Japan or something. Like the original releases were all numbered funky in America. But anyway.
Well, this one wasn't numbered. It was just called Final Fantasy.
Yeah, the original.
On Sega Genesis. And he had this super like inch thick notebook. And he's writing all this stuff, and I was like, wow, that looks like a complicated game. He's like, yeah, and he shows me the notebook, and it says filled. Like, oh my God, there was so much stuff to it.
Yeah, the first one, you really got to keep track a lot more than the other games. Because, like,
everything.
Every NPC, like, says, like, just, like, one sentence, and it can really influence you. like,
yeah.
Like, oh yeah, you need this harp to get the key. Like one guy in a town like across the planet says that, and then you find the harp in a mountain or some shit. Like I don't even.
Yeah. And actually, Castlevania Symphony of the Night was like that. I went through the first time I had it on PS1. I went through and beat it and thought, okay, I beat the game. And then I look at the completion stats, and it's like 50%. I'm like, what do you mean 50%? I beat the game. How is it 50%?
I got the crits.
Well, no. What you had to do before you fought Trevor Belmont, you were Alucard. You have to go find the glasses, and when you equip the glasses and you go in to fight Trevor Belmont, you can see the thing that's over his head controlling him. And you have to have the glasses on to see that, so that when you attack, you don't attack Trevor, you attack the thing controlling him. And you free him. Once you free him, the castle flips upside down.
Yeah.
And the real end boss is Dracula at the end. Then you had to do all kind of stuff to get to the end of that. So around that time, the internet was brand new. I was actually just started computer school. I think I was 26. I just started going to computer school, and we had internet. So I had a computer and I had internet, and I actually had to go on for Symphony of the Night, go on and download a file and print it out. I still have it somewhere. It's like an inch thick stack of papers, printouts, to tell you how to do everything in Symphony of the Night. Where you go to get this, and when you got to get that. You got to get this to unlock that, and this gives you this power. Well, then once you get the power of turning into fog or mist, then you could get through the portcullis, the bars.
Yep.
Because that gate don't open. And then you needed to turn into a bat so you could fly all the way up to the top of the towers.
Jesus.
You had to be the wolf so that you could get underneath the low things in the bottom of the dungeon. There was like a low gate, little gap. You couldn't crouch. I don't think you could crouch. So
Looking forward to playing this.
You couldn't run through it. You couldn't run through it as Alucard. So there was like all that shit, and then you had to do it in the right order. Go and get this thing, to get that thing, to get that thing, to get that thing. And then the final thing, when you go to face Dracula, you had to go stand in front of the grandfather clock, but you had to look at the time on the grandfather clock. It had to be exactly, I think it was 2 minutes to midnight or something. Or maybe it was midnight. I don't know. If you went there during any other time, it wouldn't open. It was only during that time that, and I remember the grandfather clock chiming, and then you had to have that item on you, and you used that item then, and it opened, and the clock slid to the side and opened up the door to let you go down and fight Dracula. That game, I think I played it on PlayStation 1 as a rental, either a rental or I borrowed it. So, or no, I know my buddy had it. Yeah, so my buddy had it. He had a PlayStation, so we played it on his system. It was his game, and I played it on his system. So I actually rebought it years later. It was on Platinum Hits. This is after PS2 was out. I bought it on Platinum Hits. It was $30. And then I got it on I have it on my Xbox One. Or no, I think it's on 360. Yeah, that's what it is, on 360. I think it's probably backwards compatible for Xbox One too. It was a free with gold game 1 month.
Nice.
That was free with gold. Lords of Shadow was free with gold last summer. Then the kind of a 1.5 version. It's not the sequel. It's just like a standalone little in-between thing. It's not a full game. It's just like a boss mode kind of thing. That was free with gold. I downloaded that, and now actually I still got to do that. I got to go on my 60. I own the disc, but in case the disc ever gets scratched, I'm going to download the free copy. Or just actually, all you have to do is start the download, and then once you start the download, you have the ownership of it. You don't actually have to install it.
Have you ever played Earthbound?
Earthbound?
Yeah.
No, what is it?
It's an older, I think it's an NES game or a Super Nintendo.
Earthbound. Let me
It's
look
like,
it up.
It's like
It
some psychic
sounds
kids
familiar.
in their town, a meteor, like a comet hits their town or some shit. There's aliens and like the kids have psychic powers.
Huh.
So it's a really weird game. And it was on SNES, I think, but it was never ported to anything else. Like you can run it on an emulator.
It's on Switch because it says Earthbound. I'm looking up Earthbound on Google and it says Earthbound Switch.
Really? They released it on the Switch?
Earthbound,
it's on the
Super
Nintendo
Nintendo's game
DS.
Nintendo. Let me see. Maybe just said, oh, it's not available on it.
They have it on
Tell
the
me your
Nintendo
stupid
3D,
cookie policy.
the
Oh,
new
cookie
3DS.
It looks familiar. The little silver robot guy looks familiar.
They're reference
may
to
have
what? The
played it.
Super Smash Bros.
It says underneath of it, system, new Nintendo 3DS,
Yep,
Super
that's-
Nintendo, Wii U.
Was that on Wii U? I didn't know that one. But yeah, I have it on my new DS. I'm gonna play it eventually. My
Oh,
roommate
they
actually borrowed my DS. so
they
we could
actually
play it.
have a Super Nintendo, a little Super Nintendo.
Yeah, the mini one.
Relive the 90s. They're like holding it in the palm of their hand.
Yeah, right. The super mini one.
Mini Super Nintendo.
No, I'll just wait. I have like the Switch online, so I get those like free old games I can play on my
Yeah.
Switch. I'm sure eventually they'll just put it in there.
It
It'll
looks
blow
familiar.
everyone up.
This might be one that we rented and played.
It's kind of like a cult classic, almost
Yeah.
on par with like how
Yeah, I remember
Chrono
this.
Trigger is.
The kid's sleeping in bed and then he hears the explosion. What's up?
Yep, and there's like all the cop cars and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay. Close it now. The only thing I hate about Discord, it keeps popping me up messages in the corners. See,
It's not bad.
there we go. Yeah, the thing I found with a lot of games is you go back, I'm like nostalgic to play this game, and then I go back and play it, and it's like, it's just too primitive.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is like, I love them, but it's just hard to, compared to the ease of modern games and the smoothness.
Yeah.
And honestly, like D&D.
Well, the smoothness and the complexity and everything, and like
Yeah.
start playing these games is just like, oh yeah, this is cool. For like, this is so cool. And then like 5 minutes later, you're like, oh yeah, I remember it.
I see how it was really
And like
awesome.
5 minutes later, you're like, yeah, I don't.
That is such a struggle. It's like you can appreciate something for what it is, but that doesn't mean you're gonna enjoy it a whole lot. Like another example, instead of just video games, like I really liked watching the newer Doctor Who renditions.
Yeah.
But I went back to try and watch the classic British Doctor Who, like show from the 70s or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. That's
I
the one
really
I never
just
saw
could
the new
not
one.
get into it. And I thought I was like a huge fan when I watched the new stuff, but then I tried to go back and I was just like, no.
Did you originally see the new one, or the old ones? I mean.
No, that's the thing is I started with the new ones.
See, now that might be the difference.
That's the thing is I think the new ones are just like a little bit faster paced. Or something.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if you had originally watched the old one, like and were like way into it, and then they came out with the new ones, oh yeah, I remember Doctor Who, and then you go back and you watch the old ones, might be a little bit different.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
TV, kind of. Like I did that. I have DVD of Spider-Man, like every episode. From it's actually I didn't know it was that old because I watched it in the 70s. It was actually from 1967.
That's like my favorite thing on Disney Plus is that they have like the old Marvel cartoons, and I love that stuff.
Yeah. So I bought the DVD and I watched it for nostalgia's sake. Actually, I watched it a couple times since about 2 or 3. From first episode all the way to the end. But that's when you start to appreciate how bad it was. They reuse, like Spider-Man swings off this building, and they show that scene like 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Then they show a different angle, and they show that twice, and then they show another one, and they got the music playing. Which the music is what carries it. Well, you're watching the same scene over. And then
it's real.
The later episodes repurposed the old episode. They took graphics. They took like sections from the old episode, and actually some of them are like conglomerates. Like they took part of this episode, video from part of this episode, and they took the video from part of this episode, and they recorded new dialogue and created a new storyline for it. But it's the same, like, and then even the plot is even the same, but like tweaked. Like the episode where Spider-Man goes underground and fights these worm creatures. How he got underground. There's actually like 3 episodes that are like that use that.
Just setting it up
and just like they take this piece,
every
that piece,
time.
and that piece, and they put it together in a different order and create a different story with it. But it's really the same story with just different tweaks to it. Like this time, this happened. My battery's running low. I should be plugged in. Oh, I'm not plugged in. That's actually cool. I wanted to run my battery down because I keep plugging it in all the time whenever I have it on my laptop, and then I don't want it to get like my old laptop. I just kept it plugged in all the time because I used it like every day, and eventually the battery is now fried. It won't work without that plugging it in.
That's a bummer. Yeah,
And
batteries are like the
actually, it don't
weakest.
work anymore anyway, so that's kind of moot point. It's Windows 95. Damn it. Well, originally it was refurbished. The refurbished one I bought online. It was actually cheaper than buying a new one. I think that still works. I hope it still works. I know my laptop doesn't. I think it has a virus on it. And then like now the battery's fried. The hard drive was having issues, and I think it got a virus, and that kind of just like crushed it. But I have an old desktop. That's actually my laptop. Do you know your Windows 95 history?
I mean, I started with 93, but
Okay. Windows 95 had two different versions. There's Windows 95A and Windows 95E. Difference is the hard drive allocate. On Windows 95, the largest hard drive partition can only be 2 gigabytes. So if you have like my desktop has a 2.5 gigabyte hard drive in it, the C drive is 2 gigabytes and the D drive is 500 meg.
yeah,
But my laptop was Windows 95B. It has a 4.3 gigabyte hard drive, and it's all C drive. The whole C drive is 4.3. It didn't have to do the partitioning. But that's the one that's fried, unfortunately. But the reason is on my Windows 95 PC, my new computer, my new laptop doesn't have a floppy drive. There's no floppy drive to it. I have old Dungeons and Dragons RPGs on floppy 3.5 floppies or 5.25, 3.5 floppies. Or Pull of Radiance, which I originally played on Commodore 64. And it's actually what fried my Commodore 64. With a friend of mine's like, he actually started staying with me. I think I was like 20 years old, 19 or 20, and had my first apartment. And a buddy I used to play guitar with, he was always coming over and would play guitar and hang out and drink and play video games and stuff. And then we were talking about Dungeons and Dragons one day. He's like, "Oh, I have this game for Commodore 64. It's called Pull of Radiance. It's a Dungeons and Dragons game." Really? I never heard of it. He went home and got it, and then when he came back, he's like, "Well, here's the game, but they thought it was a really cool gimmick for this game to give it a password." And the password was you had this little cardboard like wheel that like you rotate the outer like you know what I mean, like different size circles that overlapped, and it was like a combination lock. You had to you would boot the computer up, you boot the game up, and it would give you a phrase, and you had to take the wheel and align the wheel where it showed that phrase through the windows, and at the very last thing it showed you what the password was. He lost that. So it took us like 2 hours of trial and error, like him trying to guess at first like what the words were. Like, I think I remember we used to play this, him and his brother used to play it, and like, I think this is one of the codes. Let me try that. No, that's not it. So it took us like about 2 hours, and finally, because he used to remember all the codes, but he couldn't remember like a couple of them. Eventually, he remembered the one that let us get in and load the game and play it. So, being that we had to go through all of that for 2 hours to even start playing the game, we didn't want to stop once we started. So that was actually the origin of me, like, marathon gaming. We played for like 3 days straight. Same thing, like I get tired, I go in, lay down, go to sleep, he playing, I come out and wake up. Different friend though. But then I get up and I come out and I start playing, I take over and he'd go to bed and sleep. And sometimes we'd be both of us, sometimes one of us would be sleeping. We played it for 3 days straight. And what amazed me about it was you start the game in the little village and do some little basic shit. You level up, pick up, add to your party, and then the map, the map that you were playing on, zooms out and becomes this little square on like a 4x6 map. Like, oh, so now the map just expanded exponentially. It went from a town map to the area map. We had just got to, now keep in mind the exponential. This was like the town map was one square out of four, was the bigger map, area map was 4x6 of what the town size was. So what's that, like 24 times bigger, right? Now we made it, we did everything that was in the town, everything that was in the area, all the other little maps, and completed that. And we had to go. The mission had us. So you have to go to this other city, and it did it again. It zoomed out, and that area map became a small square, and it went to the world map.
Yep.
There is so much more to this game. And right when it went to the world map, and we hit the thing to travel to that new location, the game froze.
That's pretty much what I'm doing for my homebrew. It's like I'm starting them on a continent, and then once they finish it, they're gonna blow up to the full world map.
Okay. Yeah, it froze right when it went to the world map, and it fried my Commodore.
Oh god, that sucks. I'm sorry.
We turned it off, and we're like, we tried turning it on and it wouldn't come on. We're like, all right, maybe it cool down. All right, I'm going to bed, or he went to bed and I went to work or something. Like, all right. Later on, tried it again. Nope, it won't come back. And I don't know if I still have that Commodore. I think I do, because I was hoping to run into somebody, and I did actually. Funny thing, had a Commodore and fixed them in like mid-90s when I was in Florida, the guy I worked with. But I didn't have it with me. It was up here for storage somewhere. Stuffed in a box somewhere. Oh shit, he would have fixed it. But then somebody else gave me one. Somebody else. Oh, I used to have one of those. Here, let me see. Yeah, here it is. Here, you want it? I don't use it anymore. Like, yeah, cool. I still had all my old discs and everything for it. I lost some of the cartridges. Some of the cartridges got broke, like Donkey Kong and Pole Position. The cartridge case broke, so I still have like the chip. So it could still play the cartridge games. I think I hooked up the data set, and I don't know. I don't think I tried because of the lack of patience to play those Temple of Apshai games and that. To actually sit there and load the game for a half hour. So I don't know if those still work or not. I think I got the Frogger one. Frogger was on tape too. I think I got the Frogger to work, so I know my data cassette worked. So the other ones probably do. But I connected my disk drive to it, and all the games I had on 5 1/4 floppy do not play. It will not read the discs. So they were probably demagnetized or magnetized at some point, erased. There were some neat little games on there. Those were mostly like more arcadey games. There's a really cool ninja game. Uh, Popular arcade game at the time was Kung Fu Master. But I don't remember if that was a co-op. Some of them like Double Dragon. It played like Double.
Oh yeah, I know Double Dragon.
Kind of played like that, but Double Dragon was more of like a 2D, 3D.
I liked a lot of those like Double Dragon
Like
style
the
games.
Ninja Turtle one that was like that.
Yes, I was about to say the Ninja Turtle one was my favorite. There's the Simpsons one that's also like that.
Yeah, yeah.
The Simpsons one was so fun.
It was like 2D, 3D. Like you could go up or down.
Yeah, I love those games actually.
Like three different roads.
I played those before. I played Double Dragon, but I knew Double Dragon was like the original.
Well, there's Double Dragon. This one, oh, actually, this one was called Kung Fu Master.
Kung Fu Master.
It was kind of, but I think it was single player only. I don't. No, actually, no. Yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, it was double player. Because you had the one karate guy was in a white gi, and then when you added the second person, they were in a red one. And it kind of played similar, but it wasn't this 2D, 3D where you could move up and down, but there were multiple floors. So while it was a strict 2D, you could climb up or down ladders and go down. I think it was two. Yeah, because then if you were on the bottom floor, an enemy above you drop a base on your head. So you had to find a way to like be up, and then I think there was some way for the ones below you to attack you with spears or something. But I still have it on 5 1/4 floppy. So I don't know if it's the discs or the disk drive. I paid $350 for the fucking thing too. But the cool thing about the 5 1/4 floppy, whenever you played a game on there, it took like maybe a minute or two to load.
Yeah.
It didn't take you hours.
Mm-hmm.
A lot faster. But I was thinking too, is I had on it did read my data sets too. I was taking the DM guide and I was trying to create a Dungeons and Dragons game. I self-taught myself programming on the clock. I did all the little sample programs that came in the user manual, and then when I wanted to do some D&D stuff, I was thinking of trying to create a D&D game, and I did different elements of it. I had like a magic item generator, had a combat roll simulator. So like you'd hit the space bar and it would roll your D20 or whatever you put in. Actually, I had pretty sophisticated for a 13-year-old to make, but I had it to where like you would put the dice in like 3d6, right? So it would say how many dice, say 3, and you'd say how many sides, and you'd say 6. So then the result would be a 3d6.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still able to read all that, but it's the 2E edition. And I had the whole combat table programmed into it so that... Oh, I think that was the other thing. You would enter... That was the damage generator. That's where I was screwed up. That was the damage generator. Which was actually the last one that I made. The combat one was just a D20. And it asked you, what is the way D&D used to work? It didn't have a Thay code to hit armor class 0. Your armor class was 10 was no armor at all. It was nothing. You were completely naked. You were a 10. If you put on regular clothes, your armor class went from 10 to 9. So the lower the armor class, the better defense it was. The best being -10. So the range went from 10 to -10. So it would ask you what is your armor class, or what's the armor class, and then As a character, it went by your level, but then you had your strength modifier too, so you could have a +1, 2, or 3 to hit. Which, yeah, it wasn't dexterity; it was a strength modifier. +1 to hit, +4 damage, or depending on what your strength was. Uh, so it would ask you first, what is the armor class? Then it would ask you what level is your character. Then it would ask you, do you have any bonuses to hit? And it had a plus, and you'd enter the 2 or +3 or whatever it was to hit. And then when you hit enter the third time, the last time, it would generate, or it would say either you hit or you missed. It would probably be a lot simpler now with the newer system. But right when 3E first came out, and I was like, oh yeah, because my mom threw out all my old stuff, and I wanted to rebuy the books, and it was like, I couldn't find them. They just came out with the third edition. I'm like, oh, let me do this. That's when they added that to hit armor class 0 thing, and I'm like, I looked at it, and it was like, it might as well have been written in Chinese. I'm like, I have no idea. What the hell are they talking about? To hit armor class 0, what if your armor class is -10? What if it's, 7 or -4? I just couldn't wrap my head around the system worked at that time. That's why I wanted to run this on last Wednesday. And kind of see, well, after watching Captain for a while, I kind of got the RP stuff out of it. Kind of got like the way it's ran as far as like skill checks.
Yeah.
And then from when I first bought that stuff the other day on Tuesday, I actually had to work that night, so I didn't actually get to look at it till I got home. But I started reading through stuff, and kind of picking it up. And then, I think it was Fortman that told you or Fortman that told me to go on to D&D Beyond and create a character. I think it was Fortman. Yeah, you should go on there and create a character. Or no, actually, Soccer's the one. Go on D&D Beyond and create a character, so you can kind of see how everything fits. Or he told me that I could. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around some of this stuff. Like I said, it's been so long since I played. Yeah, 91 was that little 2-day. I never got to finish saying about that. I know I tend to get off on tangents. I appreciate your patience. Tend to over-explain things and caught off on tangents. The 1991, when I DM'd that party, it was supposed to be 2 people that wanted to play. Well, luckily, I created a bunch of different characters, like 2 fighters, a couple magic users, a couple clerics, a couple thieves. Because when I went to them to play, when I went to their house to play, there were actually other people there, and they wanted to play too. I'm like, well, here's some pre-created characters. Everybody pick one, and I kind of explained them. There's fighter, magic user, thief, or cleric, and what each one kind of did, benefits and downsides to each. And we ran the campaign. The second time I went back, the other 2 people that were there the first time, only one of them was there. So it went from 4 people to 3 people. And actually, I did play one time after that, but it was just one person. It was down to one person.
It's almost 7. It's probably past 7. Yeah, it's 7:14.
Time? Yeah, it's 10:15 for me.
Yeah, my roommate's bringing me breakfast before I go to bed. So it's been kind of like chilling. Yeah, I think Captain's been a really good influence on me.
Yeah, I appreciate Cap. I love it, and I think for streaming, that's what makes it so good is the RP.
He's
But
really good
at the
about it.
same time, I tend to be the type that's more into the action of it, the
Yeah.
actual attacks and everything. So he is a little heavy on the that's a little heavy on the RP for play stuff. But at the same time, like I said, it's a stream. He's streaming it, so
Yeah, he's doing
if
it for
he
the
had less
entertainment.
RPG and more if he had less RP and more action, it would be less interesting to watch.
Hmm.
And you still get your, you still get your,
Yeah, you get your fill.
like when you're in combat, the RP does definitely good here to add the flavor. So I guess yeah, it is kind of tastes a little. It's kind of different flavors. Yeah, I was thinking that earlier too when I said DMs. There's a lot of different styles in DMing, and I appreciate the Caps DM, but I appreciate like soccer did a really good job.
Yeah, he does do well. He's getting better.
The key to me for a good DM is one that's fair, and at times he may need to be be a little unfair one way or the other. Like if he's got to be like, oh, you're doing really bad. Well, here I'm going to ease up on them to maybe give them a better chance of surviving. Or like, oh, actually they're chopping right through this shit. Here I'm going to throw them a curveball just to fuck them up a little bit. That's a fair DM to me. The first time I played was with a kid who had never DM'd. He had played, and he had only limited play experience. He played with his older brother was in college and brought the game home, and left it there He played with them. And his brother, I guess, DM'd it with one of his friends or something. So he got to play it, but he never DM'd, and he only had limited experience. And that was first edition, notoriously overcomplicated and difficult to learn.
Mm-hmm.
I said our first session was me creating my character. That was it. By the time I created my character, 2 hours later, like, oh well, you know what? I got to go home. All right, we'll start next time. We got everything set up now. Then we went back and started the second time, and it was okay. We kind of did it. I think it was my second time. Yeah, the second time. Third encounter, go to throw a flaming flask of oil. Rolled a one. Your flask of oil explodes at your feet, setting the entire party on fire.
Yep.
Like, oh shit.
Never forget your first nat one.
Yep. And they didn't even call it nat one then. That he understood that that's the way they did it. Like you rolled a one, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Your flask of oil slips out of your hand as you go to throw it, lands at your feet, sets the entire party on fire. Because he was playing a couple DM PCs, which they just called them NPCs then.
Yeah.
And I had some hirelings with me. Basically treasure carriers, but they were considered 0-level man-at-arms. They were not fighters, but as a 0-level man-at-arms, they could wield a short sword, and they attacked. I mean, they had attack. They didn't have a high attack roll, and they didn't work. So when I dropped the flaming flask of oil on the ground, set me on fire, everybody on fire. Everybody except one of the hirelings one of the men-at-arms was too far away. He was back leading the horse, I think, or mule. I think I was that mule. Couldn't afford a horse. I had a pack mule to carry the treasure out, and the guy leading the mule was out of range, and the DMPC that he was playing actually had a little more health. So I died, and a bunch of other people died. Like, well, okay. And it was actually, the third encounter, the third fight that night. The third fight that I had ever been in. I started playing. Okay, a lot of exploration. That module, keep B2, keep on the borderlands. Had a random encounter outside with a couple kobolds. Killed them. Healed up. Went into a cave. Fell into a pit. Like, okay, now I know about traps. Check for
No
traps.
learning.
Yeah. And luckily, part of my equipment included a 10-foot pole and a rope. So the rope threw down, pulled my guy out, and I forget there was something. Oh, we searched a room and we found wooden planks. We laid the planks in front of the pit so that we were able to cross it. And did a little more searching, found some treasure, found a magic. Cool. Okay, looked around, go into that next battle, and open up into a big room, and there were all these kobolds, and there was like a kobold chieftain or something that higher, and I saw the whole group of them, and I'm like, yeah, can I throw my flask? So I knew about. He had told me about the flaming flask of oil. It was when I was equipping. He said, so maybe buy a few flasks of oil. What do I need oil for? Like, I'm not into that RP that I'm gonna oil my sword, my arm. No, no, no. He says what you do with the flask of oil is you put a little piece of rag in it, like a Molotov cocktail. Put a little piece of rag in the top of it, and you light it on fire and you throw it.
Yeah, it's basically just a Molotov.
Yeah. Well, I was interesting. I was just looking yesterday. They actually don't have it written that way. They have it like, or maybe it was on D&D Beyond. You can buy the flask of oil. You can throw it. Actually, you can drop it at your feet, like, or throw it on the ground. Pour it on the ground. That's it. Pour it on the ground into a puddle for like a trap, but then set it on fire. Or you can throw it, and if you throw it as a ranged attack, it breaks on the enemy. If that enemy gets set on fire at any point in the next minute, you have a minute for the oil to dry. He takes 5 extra damage from burning oil. Huge difference. Flasks of oil, like the Molotov version, where you put a piece of cloth in it, set it on fire back then, and throw it. It had a range where it would splash, setting everything on fire, and it did 5d6 damage. So you did 5 to 30 damage with it, which is why you were limited to only characters. They were your. There's a bunch of enemies all clustered together, them, or your desperation. I used it one time later on, fighting some creature that was too big for me. I don't know, a bugbear or something.
I don't know
Like,
if you saw it, but
shit.
there's an item called the Alchemist Flask. It's basically a Molotov.
Is that? Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't sure. It kind of sounded a little different. That seemed.
Yeah, it's pretty much like the old school flask of oil.
I'll have to look at it again to see what the damage.
I'm not sure what
Yeah,
the
that
damage
was-
is on it, but I do know it's an automatic fire.
Oh, that was on D. I'm looking in the book. That was on. Probably in a D. Yeah. The other way I used it, I was fighting something big and it was beating me, and I was almost dead. So I turned and ran. And when I ran through it was like a little. The doorway had like a little hallway before entering as I like 20 feet. As I ran down the hallway before I went out the door, I lit the flask of oil on fire and threw it down at the ground, set the ground on fire so that the creature couldn't pursue me. That was the other. But yeah, then the second person is that other kid that was playing with the other guy. He was a player with him. Actually, I didn't even know he played because actually it was kind of funny because he was a friend. He was my next door neighbor, but I didn't really hang out with him or know him. But and his friend was actually a friend I knew from the year before I even moved. And I mentioned something about Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, you want to play? Yeah. It's like we play. Me and Mike play all the time. Mike plays with this other guy, Andy. He's like, yeah, we play. We play all the time. You want to play? We can join. We can. I'm like, oh, cool. I never even knew that. I never really talked to the guy next door. He was like a couple of years older than me, so I never really talked to him. It was like, here, they started coming over, and that's when I really started. Like, he was more experienced, both as a player and a DM. But the downside, and this was my original point in all this, different types of DMs. He was a brutal DM. He was like out to kill his players.
I feel like at a certain point you are like your first time that you kill one of your players' characters, like it's sad, but after that you're just like, all right.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it wasn't even like status. He was like maliciously sending shit at us, like, and we were playing on modules, and he had to go by what was in the module.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't as flexible as it is now, like empty rooms. It wasn't a homebrew. We were playing a set module, and it told him. I mean, he could play it a little different ways, and describe it different ways, or what. But some
he was pretty limited to this. Yeah, outline.
But the rooms. But that was the point of playing a module. The room was already stocked with creatures and treasure. It told you what was there, and you still had to search to find like the magic items and stuff. But the creatures were pretty much set, and there were some variances, and then you had wandering monsters, but he was only allowed to roll for wandering monsters every so often. Like he couldn't just like, oh, let me keep rolling for a wandering monster until one appears. No, he had to like roll and he had to wait. But he was maliciously like sure he wanted the monsters to kill us. Which I think I was more of my other buddy that was playing with. Kinda. But I was like, I noticed that in his play style though, his DMing, like there was no mercy. There was no mercy. There was no, oh shit, I'm about to die. Well, the dragon's gonna breathe his fire breath on you. Like, really? I got 3 hit points. Well, there goes another character dead. But that didn't happen all the time. It seemed like a few times. Maybe you just annoyed at that dungeon, at that map, or module or something. But then we played another time, and then the other guy was, and Brian, and then Mike was the player with me, and he had the certain classes just came out at that point because he was using a paladin. Paladin was new, ranger was new, monk was new. I thought there was another one. There was some kind of magic user too, like some kind of magic. I think there was like one new magic user, one new thief, one new cleric, which the new cleric was the monk. And then there were the 2 fighters, the paladin and the ranger. Dragon magazine that they used to have is the one they would have. I mean, it was said it was everything D&D. So the people that wrote the magazine actually created certain classes.
Yeah.
Barbarian comes from that. All the ones that are in the D&D, or maybe it was in just Gary Gygax. Maybe you created it, but they actually published it in the Dragon magazine as the new character, and they gave you everything that would have been in the book if it had been in the book for it, so you knew everything how to handle it. But if you watch that Dungeons and Dragons cartoon,
yeah,
you'll see the little boy. It's kind of kiddie, because they're all kids,
Oh, whatever.
and it's kind of like Land of the Lost. They're on a ride, and they tells you that they're on the Dungeons and Dragons ride,
Yeah.
and they get sucked into the actually Dungeons and Dragons world, and they each gain a class. Well, Barbarian, Cavalier, and Acrobat were all classes that were introduced in Dragon Magazine. Thief, Wizard. Well, Wizard was actually a title. Your class was Magic User, and as you gain level, each level had a title to it. So, like a level 1 cleric is an acolyte. I forget what level level 1 magic user, but they had like wizard, sorcerer, sorceress. You had to reach a certain level to use that title. But that goes back again to the individual rank tables for each character, for each class, because your higher level magic users, once you got to like that wizard level, oh my god, you were so OP. You know, I mean, even once you got fireball, like it was like a 10d10 or something like that damage, or 10d8, 10d8 or 8d10, because I think it did like up to 80 damage. That was a big one. Stinking Cloud. I don't know if they still have that. That was always the funny one. But, yeah, I'm going to release a Stinking Cloud. Your wizard's farting again. And I think the anybody you use Stinking Cloud on had to make their save throw against it. If not, they were like incapacitated because they were too busy choking and coughing and vomiting. Real Stinky Cloud. There was something else I was thinking of. I was surprised, like, this is a little different. Like, a lot of things now that, like, it used to be like if you had this condition or whatever, it was just an auto critical. Or not, some stuff was even like auto hit, auto critical. Like a sleeping enemy, the enemy to sleep. There was no to hit roll. He's laying there to sleep. He's laying there asleep. You're not going to miss a sleeping
it's going to be
monster or enemy laying there, so there was no to hit roll for it. And then you just figured the damage when you went to hit it. You still had to spend a turn, but your damage to hit it was an auto crit because there's no way he's not defending himself at all. And that was actually the old balance, because I was like, well, if he's laying there sleeping, why can't I just go over and slit his throat? That would be like to kill him. And they're like, well, no, that kind of breaks the rules, like breaks the balance of the game. All you do is sleeping spell and put him to sleep.
My roommate's just getting home, Brian, so I'm gonna go.
Yep.
It's been good chilling. I might talk to you tonight. We're probably gonna be doing D&D tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're gonna be in this group, but you're welcome to say what's up.
Well, no, you didn't see what I said. I was forgot to bring this up to you earlier too. I mentioned it to soccer, being that this actually went a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to struggle a lot more with it.
Oh no, we're pretty
new system, and we just kind of picked up and rolled with it.
Yeah.
So I mentioned it to soccer about possibly being he's DM and he's running your Saturday camp. If he would want to do a steady campaign every Wednesday, and then he mentioned that like you and Fortman might be in.
I mean, I'm usually gonna be
usually
around.
Available
So.
on Wednesday. And it would being at Wednesdays too is Shadow Walkers Captain.
Yeah, exactly. We usually wait
Yeah,
until after he's done streaming,
right, right. But Shadow Walkers is actually earlier.
so it does work better.
That starts at 8 o'clock, whereas Tormund's Quest and Game of Saving Throws don't start till 10:30 Central. Uh, so it actually starts 2.5 hours earlier and usually finishes up earlier, so we'd have more time to play afterward.
All right. Well, I mean, I think it's gonna be fun, and yeah, I'll end up talking to you tonight probably.
Yeah. I'll be. Well, actually, we have to. I'll probably see you in Cap stream. It depends. As I said, I don't know what time I got to work. I could go in and
Yeah,
there's no
no,
work.
you're
Come
good.
right home.
I'm
Go in
like
and there's
always
one
in
or two
this in this
couple
Discord
hours.
too.
Might be 6 hours.
Like if I'm on my computer, I'm probably in this Discord, so I'll be around. Anyway, man, you have a good one. I'll
All
talk
right.
to you later.
Yep. Take it easy. Good day.